Yun Xiao went over and patted Xiao Hong on the shoulder as he said, "Don't be afraid. Stay with Big Brother." Xiao Hong calmed down and nodded. The rest of the people looked at each other and flew into the clouds without saying a word to begin searching for the formation's eye. At first glance, Yun Xiao found the 81 array eyes guarding the secret treasure a little strange. He could not clearly sense where the array eyes were, and he was afraid that it would take several days to break all of them, so he was not in a hurry. Jing Qi looked at him coldly. The cold eyes in his eyes were dead silent. He snorted and went in. Yun Xiao took Xiao Hong's hand and said, "Let's go." The two of them were the last to enter the clouds. Little Red couldn't help but turn around to look at the back of the battleship. The clouds were endless and boundless. After entering it, it was like the ocean with no direction and no end. The two of them strolled in the clouds, not in a hurry. When we parted at the East Ocean, Xiao Hong was taken away by bad people, Yun Xiao said. "I was very worried about you. What happened to you after that, and what happened to that bad guy?" After Yun Xiao asked the question, he clearly felt Xiao Hong's hand tremble, and then she clenched it even tighter. I didn't know that Ying Luo was in Xiao Hong's body all this time." Xiao Hong was a little scared, and her big eyes were filled with fear. Yun Xiao's pupils constricted, and his eyes turned black as he fixed his gaze on Xiao Hong. Her jade-like body, rainbow stone spirit body, and her flawless body were completely revealed to him. Yun Xiao's heart skipped a beat, as if he had seen something he shouldn't have seen. He quickly murmured in his heart, "Don't look at impolite things," then checked Xiao Hong's condition. However, there was no fiend. Xiao Hong also seemed to have felt the strangeness. Her face turned red and she said in a trembling voice, "Big Brother, what are you doing?" She became nervous, and a strange force surged out of her body to block Yun Xiao's light. Under her magical spirit eyes, a white mist appeared, and she could no longer see anything clearly. Yun Xiao was taken aback. "Xiao Hong," he said, "the power in your body is dense. What's the matter?" Xiao Hong asked in embarrassment. Yun Xiao suddenly became alert. He found that Xiao Hong's strength was increasing, and it was now unusually strong. Big Brother? Yun Xiao? Big Brother? Be bad guy Ying Luo." Xiao Hong's body began to shiver, and its face and body began to twist as demonic runes began to appear on its body. Yun Xiao's hand had long been shining with a golden light and as hard as iron and stone, but the other party was still increasing the strength, as if he was afraid that he would escape. Hee. Xiao Hong's mouth suddenly let out a sinister laugh that didn't match the situation. The corners of her mouth curved like a new moon, giving her a strange appearance. Yun Xiao was not flustered, but very calm. He had expected Di to hide in Xiao Hong's body. "I'm curious. Why is it Xiao Hong who occupies this body? Not you?" Kid, you're much stronger than before." Black clouds kept rolling on Xiao Hong's face, making it look very ferocious. It vaguely resembled Di, and its big eyes shot out cold light. "It's my fault," Yun Xiao said. "I shouldn't have investigated Xiao Hong out of curiosity. If I had done that, you wouldn't have been able to come out. How can I make you and her come back?" "Humph." Xiao Hong snorted coldly. "Once I take over this body, she will never return until she dies." Yun Xiao sneered and said, "If it was that simple, Xiao Hong would have died long ago. If I'm not wrong, you failed in the fight for this body, so you can only exist as a copy of this body." "Ha ha ha!" Xiao Hong laughed. "I'm the immortal demon master. What kind of joke are you making?" "Don't lie to yourself," Yun Xiao said. "Just accept this cruel reality. The demon master may have been powerful once, but no powerful existence can stop the passage of time. Now, the demon master is just struggling on his last breath." "Shut up, Xiao Hong!" Xiao Hong shouted in anger. "I'll make you grovel at my feet and gasp for breath today." A large amount of fiend energy gushed out of the hand holding Yun Xiao, turning into countless runes that crawled up Yun Xiao's body and instantly covered his skin. Child's play. After spending so much time with Little Red, has your heart become that of a child's? Yun Xiao grinned hideously. He did not care about the demonic runes on his body at all as he performed an incantation gesture with one hand. The devil talismans dissolved instantly, turning into the most primitive devil essence power, and were absorbed into his body. "You coward!" Startled, Xiao Hong suddenly thrust out its left hand and reached for Yunxiao's heart. Yunxiao put two fingers together and pointed them down. With a whoosh, the space was torn apart, and the sword chi was fierce. Dang! The finger sword hit Xiao Hong's palm and was suppressed by a force. The two of them continued to pour power into their hands, and circles of light spread out at different angles. The space around them began to tremble under the huge spiritual pressure. Yunxiao's face flickered. In this competition of pure strength and cultivation base, he was gradually suppressed by his opponent, and the sword finger on his right hand began to tremble slightly. Haha, you also have powerful demonic essence in your body. After this lord devours you, my strength will rise to another level. Xiao Hong laughed wildly, and a demonic shadow gradually appeared behind him. It was not the true demonic giant spirit, but Di Yi, who was staring at him with a grin. Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and he suddenly transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms. With one hand forming an incantation gesture, countless sharp swords flew out, and the other hand held the divine realm tablet and smashed it down at Di Yi. His remaining hands continued to form seals in the air, and he slammed them onto Xiao Hong's chest. Di Yi was slightly surprised and sneered. "You want to expel me from her body? You're daydreaming." He formed a seal with his hands, and countless rings danced around him. The 36 northern heaven frigid star swords were blocked by the monstrous demonic chi and could not be slashed down. With a ferocious look on his face, Di Yi struck down with both hands, clashing with Yunxiao's seals in front of Xiao Hong. Boom! A terrifying force exploded, and the balance between the two was lost. Yunxiao was sent flying hundreds of feet away, while Xiao Hong only took 3 steps back before it stabilized itself. The powers in your body are a mess. They're all very powerful, but it's a pity that you can't focus on cultivating one of them. It'll be hard to reach the peak. After Di Ye's attack, he instantly returned to Xiao Hong's body. Xiao Hong's body flew up into the air and continued to form hand seals. Circles of mo matrices flew out from his palm. The entire sea of clouds instantly churned like boiling water. Large amounts of clouds turned into air bubbles. It was a spectacular sight to see thousands of them. Today, I'll let you, a country bumpkin, experience what kind of terrifying power a rainbow body with the power of devil essence has. Xiao Hong's face was full of sarcasm, and she looked at Yunxiao as if she was looking at a dead man. Yunxiao's face was indeed very unsightly. Under the bombardment of the 2 seals just now, he knew that Di Ye's strength was stronger than his, and the demonic technique he performed through Xiao Hong's body at this moment was even more powerful than before. He didn't dare to be careless. His 3 heads and 6 arms were on high alert, each hand holding a profound level weapon, ready for battle. Suddenly, Xiao Hong's brows furrowed, and her expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with anger, unwillingness, and other complicated expressions. He roared, "You're lucky today." Her body began to tremble violently, and cold sweat flowed down her cheeks. Her hand seals stopped. All of the power dispersed in an instant, turning into a huge light circle that swept across the sea of clouds. Yunxiao's heart trembled. The force was pushing at him like a wave, and the power of his cultivation dissipation alone was so strong. He put away all the profound level weapons and made a hand seal with his 6 arms. A golden light rose from the hand seal and turned into a barrier. The wave of air hit the golden light and forced it back a few steps. The shock in Yunxiao's heart was even stronger than the shock wave. If Di Yi had used the complete demonic technique just now, he would have been dead. Woo-woo! Xiao Hong returned to her original appearance and started crying alone in the sea of clouds. Yunxiao swallowed with difficulty. His face was very solemn as he walked over carefully and said, "Little Red, what's wrong?" "Woo-woo. I've become bad again just now and was locked up by bad people. He's using my body to do bad things." Xiao Hong was crying very sadly. Yunxiao gently patted her hair and said, "Don't be afraid. As long as Little Red maintains a kind heart, she won't be afraid of bad people." Xiaohong raised her head, her eyes red. "Really? But that bad guy is getting more and more powerful. I can't control him anymore." "Every time he takes over your body," Yunxiao said. "Do you know what he's doing?" "Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I could feel that he wanted to kill Big Brother Yunxiao just now. So I rushed out desperately and threw everything into the prison." Yunxiao nodded and stroked her forehead as he said with a smile, "Big Brother, thank you, Little Red." "I won't let him kill Big Brother," Xiaohong said. "At most, I'll just die with him." "Don't worry, Xiaohong," Yunxiao said. "He can't kill Big Brother. Big Brother will definitely find a way to get him out of your body." "Really? That's great." Xiaohong's tears turned into a smile as she stood up from the clouds. Yunxiao smiled and gave him an encouraging look. However, his heart was extremely heavy. There seemed to be a strong connection between the mana and the rainbow stone. It was no longer a difficult problem to separate them by force. He had no idea at all. "Let's go. We'll break the formation together with Big Brother." Yunxiao took her hand again and walked forward. Xiaohong suddenly pulled his hand back and stood on the spot with a determined look. "Big Brother, you can go on your own. Little Red wants to be alone." "What?" Yunxiao asked in surprise. "What? I've promised Lord Sect Master that I'll work hard to win the ranking. If I'm together with Big Brother, I can't possibly snatch the formation core that Big Brother has found and break it, right? If that's the case, Xiaohong's ranking will be very low." "Can you find the array core?" Yunxiao asked. "I can sense it, so it shouldn't be too difficult," Xiaohong said, nodding. She was a rainbow stone spirit body, transparent and flawless, and her perception of all living things was above all living beings. "All right," Yunxiao said after thinking for a while. "Be careful." "Don't worry. I'm working hard. I won't lose. Big Brother has to work hard too. Don't let Little Red surpass you." Yunxiao smiled and patted her hair, then watched her jump into the clouds and disappear from his sight. On the back of the battleship, on the water screen where 12 names were arranged, a token symbol suddenly appeared under Ao Wuxin's name, which meant that he had successfully broken through one of the array eyes. "Haha, it's unintentional. I knew that the champion would definitely be my Ao family." The fat monk laughed wildly and danced with the thin monk, making faces at the crowd. Zhu Tianhan coldly snorted and said, "Can the two of you stop for a moment? We've only broken one formation core, there are still 80 more. 80, do you guys understand? So what if there are 80 of them?" The fat monk snorted coldly. "Wuxin was able to break the first one, which proves that he is the strongest. Whether it's his ability to find the formation eye or to break the formation, he is unparalleled." Although the fat monk's words were a little far-fetched, they were not without reason. The people from the other sects all took a deep breath and stared at the water screen without blinking, hoping that their disciples' names would be quickly marked with a few more tokens. "That terrifying power just now came from the clouds," Inhui said. "Could it be that Ao Wuxin made a move?" Everyone's expression changed slightly. Thinking of the shock just now, their hearts were all extremely unsettled. "It's hard to say who did it," Nanxiu said. "But to be able to penetrate the cloud formation and cause such a powerful impact on the battleship's enchantment, the person must have reached divine transcendence. Could it be that Jing Qi is killing people again?" Wei Shishir asked in surprise. The other contestants' sects were all nervous. If Jing Qi attacked, even the instant teleportation talisman would be useless. Nanxiu looked at the water screen in the sky and said, "I don't think so. If someone is killed, the token will most likely be destroyed. Once the token is destroyed, the name will directly turn gray. Hu Yugong's name was currently in gray. What kind of logic is that? Can't we just kill without destroying the token?" The skinny monk shouted. "If I were Jing Qi, I would take his token so that you wouldn't know it was me who killed him." "Haha. Look at your IQ." The fat monk laughed. "Why did he snatch the token? If you carry this thing with you, what if you record the credit in the other person's name when you break the formation?" "Aya, that's right. I forgot to remind Wuxin. What if he does that? The skinny monk said. Do you think Wuxia is as stupid as you? Chubby Toyutua laughed. The shriveled monk was furious. Damn you! How dare you call me stupid in front of so many people? You didn't even give me any face. I'll kill you. He raised his fist and punched out without any mercy. The dozen people behind him were sent tumbling in the air by the strong wind. Nancio Yu's expression changed slightly. She took a step forward and her body appeared beside the skinny monk. She grabbed his arm with both hands and broke it with a crack. The wind from the fist dissipated on its own. Ah! Shriveled Duda screamed in pain. He was sweating profusely and his eyes were wide open as he looked at his right hand, which had been folded into a sharp angle. Nancio Yu, how dare you hit us? The fat monk bellowed. Although these two lunatics would never be soft-hearted when they fought and hated that they couldn't kill each other directly, they were surprisingly united when they encountered an external enemy. This is just a small punishment, Nancio Yu said indifferently. If you continue to mess around, you'll break your neck. The two of them were so frightened that they quickly shrank their necks and didn't dare to make a fuss. Although these two idiots are fooling around, their words are not without reason. If it was just breaking the formation, it wouldn't have caused such a big commotion. It was most likely a battle between two people. We'll see whose name doesn't increase. That person is most likely dead. Zhu Tianhan looked at him and chuckled. Brother Mu Zhuang, aren't you worried at all? Worried? Mu Zhuang raised his eyebrows and looked at him strangely. The direction of the energy fluctuation just now is very similar to the direction your Li Yunxiao went, Zhu Tianhan said. He might have been killed by someone already. Mu Zhuang laughed and said, Now that you've mentioned it, Brother Tianhan, I'm a little worried. Yunxiao could easily crush Jing Qi's Chaos Jade Coffin, which meant that he was one of the strongest among the 10 people. He should have been the one who killed them just now. I wonder who he hates the most out of the 9. Of course, it's the person who impersonated him. If someone impersonated me, I'll kill him first even if I have to give up the martial arts competition. Mu Jie replied hurriedly. That makes sense. Mu Zhuang clapped his hands and said, Elder Hao, you have to look carefully at the fake Li Yunxiao's name and see if there are any marks. If there is no response, we'll have to be prepared to apologize to Sir Absolute Heaven. He'll probably have to pay for this, Mu Jie said with a worried face. Alas, why is this Li Yunxiao always causing trouble? He can't stop at all. Zhu Tianhan was furious. He snorted. I don't know whose mark will remain unmoving. Just wait and see. May I ask, Lord Nancio Yu, how do we determine the winner if both of them have 0 marks? Shenyang Yangmiao suddenly cupped his fists. Nancio Yu glanced at him and said, Of course, it will be based on the time he left the Sea of Clouds. Although Hu Yugong died, he lost later than you. You are naturally at the bottom. He is the second from the bottom. Shenyang's expression was a little ugly, but he didn't dare to disobey. He said, Thank you for explaining, sir. He then bowed and retreated. Inside the Sea of Clouds, Yunxiao flew for a while, keeping his eyes on the surroundings. But he did not find anything unusual within his field of vision. He flew for several hours before stopping, deep in thought. I'm afraid I can't see the formation core. That old fox Nancio Yu is deliberately misleading me. But how can a mere formation pose a challenge to me? He clenched his fist, and the heavenly hammer flew out, bringing with it a thunderbolt as it landed in his palm. Then he smashed it into the air. With a loud boom, the ancient character of Maha of Thunder flickered in the air, as Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture and shouted, Thunder World! A layer of green shadow spread out from his body and covered the 4 extremes and 8 desolations. Yunxiao sat down cross-legged and began to sense all the energy fluctuations in the Thunder Realm. A moment later, he opened his eyes. A sword chi shot out from his fingertip and into the space 10,000 feet away. Boom! The sword chi struck the barrier, and a layer of 7-colored light appeared and spread out like a rainbow. Yunxiao teleported over and saw a white bone-like object floating in the colorful light, about the size of half a palm. He was slightly surprised. Although there were many formation eyes here, the object guarding it should also be extraordinary. and what he saw here was indeed just a beast bone. If there really was a beast bone inside, it would at least be an existence of the true spirit level. He slammed his palm down, and the power of the barrier was activated to the limit. It was unusually brilliant, but it still couldn't block the power of this palm and suddenly exploded. The white bone fell into Xianxia's hand as well. After carefully sensing it, he found that it was exactly as he had guessed. He put it away carefully. Although the bone was small, it was an object of true spirit, after all, and an excellent alchemy material. With the power of the Thunder World, it became much easier to find the array's eyes. After more than half a day, Xianxia had broken 5 or 6 in a row, and all of them were suppressed by broken bones. I don't know how the others are doing. Just in case, Xianxia thought for a moment, and a vicious plan immediately formed in his heart. He took out the Divine Realm tablet, summoned Yu and the others, and told them about the current situation and the plan. What? Only delaying and not killing? What's the point of that? The evil spirit was the first to be unwilling, its face full of complaints. Xianxia thought for a moment. The others all had instant teleportation talismans in their hands, and it was impossible to break them without extraordinary divine power. If you want to kill, then kill them. In short, stall everyone you see in this cloud formation and don't let them break the formation. Come back when I summon you. I understand. A cold light flashed in Yu's eyes. He said, I'll go and see what's the background of that Wu Deshang. He took the lead and disappeared into the distance. After that, the officials Bei Xiaonan, the evil spirit Su Liani, Dark Thunder, and the others all went in different directions. Suddenly, Xianxia had an idea. He reached out his hand and pulled out a crocodile from the Divine Realm tablet, then said coldly, You dare to pretend to be asleep in front of this young master? The crocodile flapped its tail, looking scared and begging for mercy. When Xiao's divine sense swept over it, he could not help but be overjoyed. Even he was shocked when the surging power covered its body, which was full of black pieces. Ha! After eating that astral wind spirit, you should have recovered your complete body, right? In the Battle of Songyue and Yangcheng, half of the crocodile was taken away by Ding Shan, causing its strength to drop greatly. Later, Xianxia replaced it with divine fire and turned it into a wind and fire crocodile, and then refined a black body for him, which restored a lot of its strength. Now that it had devoured the astral wind spirit on the deep water path, it had improved even further, and its strength far exceeded what it was before. The crocodile nodded desperately, as if it were trying to please Xianxia. Xianxia patted its forehead and said, Be good. I won't hit you. You can go out and carry out your mission. Other than a little girl, if you see anyone you don't know, just rush up and hit them. The crocodile nodded sensibly. It then wagged its tail and flew away. Xianxia could not help but laugh out loud when these humans, demons, and spirits went out to make trouble. He was almost certain that he would win the first place. He immediately strode through the clouds in a carefree manner, searching for the formation's eye. On the back of the battleship, Zhu Tianhan's expression became more and more unsightly. In fact, it even looked as ashen as death. There was not a mark under the words, Dragon's Tooth Villa, which were Yunxiao's name. The beautiful twins behind Zhu Tianhan also turned pale, and they could barely stand. One of them even had her shoulders trembling, as if she had guessed something. Younger sister. One of the beautiful twins hurriedly held her sister and asked someone to bring a stool over to sit so that she wouldn't fall. Older sister. Husband is tired. The younger sister's face was extremely pale, and she couldn't help but cry. The elder sister's expression wasn't much better, but she was still a little stronger. She gritted her teeth and said, No one knows what will happen until the end. Don't think too much. Although she consoled her sister not to think too much, how could she not think too much? Her heart had long risen to her throat. She looked at the water curtain and secretly prayed. Even if there was an extra mark, it would be good. However, things did not go as he wished. Among the 10 people who entered the clouds, even the worst had 3 marks, and only Yunxiao's name was still marked with a 0. Zhu Tianhan couldn't hold it in any longer. An elemental energy continuously flowed through his body. He suddenly turned around and glared at Mu Zhuang. Everyone's hearts jolted. They thought of that terrifying power and the conversation between the two. Mu Zhuang and Mu Jie were also shocked. They were just making a casual remark. Did Yun Xiao really kill Wu Deshang? The direction of the energy explosion was indeed the direction Yun Xiao had entered, and judging from the record on the water curtain, it was very likely. If they killed him, then so be it. Although it would be a little troublesome, their Mu family was not afraid. Under Zhu Tianhan's sharp and resentful gaze, Mu Zhuang said leisurely, "Since it's a competition, it's normal to have wins and losses, and to have life and death. Since you're here to participate in the competition, you should be mentally prepared to die. You can't just say that just because you're from a certain sect, others can't kill you, right? What kind of logic is that? Lady Nanxiu, am I right?" Nanxiu was also staring at the water screen, suspicious. She nodded and said, "Lord Mu Zhuang is right. Life and death are determined by fate. Moreover, I gave everyone an instant teleportation talisman. If they still die, they can't blame anyone else." Zhu Tianhan snorted heavily, trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart. He didn't say a word. At this moment, on the water screen, it showed that Ao Wuxin was the one who had broken the most arrays. He had broken a total of 16 array eyes. The fat and thin Duda had long been singing to each other on the side, and they were all crazy. However, because she did not hurt anyone, Nanxiu could not be bothered. Next was Jing Qi's 14, followed by Yun Xiao and Chang Qingxi, who each had 9. Xiao Hong also broke 4 lines. Yin Hui shook his head with a bitter smile. He knew that Xiao Hong was most likely going to lose this way. Suddenly, a light flashed on the battleship, and a figure fell to the ground with a thud, his body covered in blood. Yong Yuan, the Star Valley's Valley Master, hurriedly walked over and helped the disciple up. He tested the disciple's aura and found that he was still alive. He heaved a sigh of relief and quickly stuffed a few elixirs into his mouth. Yong Yuan caught his breath. When he saw his sect master, he immediately knelt on the ground and said, "I'm useless and only managed to break 5 formation eyes. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Master." "Don't worry," the Valley Master said. "You've already done a good job." "Who injured you?" Everyone's eyes were on him. A trace of fear flashed in Bu Yongyuan's eyes as he said, "It's a demon. It's a demon." "What?" As soon as he said that, the entire place was shocked and in an uproar. Nanxiu Yu's expression changed as well. She stared at him and said, "A member of the demon clan? Impossible. I've studied this cloud formation for many days, but there's no living creature in it, let alone a demon." "It's true. I was really injured by a demon." Bu Yongyuan grew anxious when he saw that Nanxiu Yu did not believe him. He gestured with his hands and described the demon. Mu Jie's expression changed as she immediately understood. He had seen the man described by Bu Yongyuan before. It was the leader of the demon clan's uglies, who had been possessed by the evil spirit. He immediately thought of Yun Xiao's strategy, and he could not help but be overjoyed. Mu Jie looked at the water curtain and seemed to have sensed that the number of people breaking the array had stopped. He quickly lowered his head and whispered into Mu Zhuang's ear. Mu Zhuang's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but chuckle. Zhu Tianhan suddenly turned around and said in a cold voice, "Mu Zhuang, what are you laughing at? Could it be your doing? Are you fucking crazy?" Mu Zhuang said angrily. "I can't laugh even if I want to. Does this battleship belong to your family? It's your family's territory, right?" Zhu Tianhan's mind was already in turmoil, and now that the Mu clan had spoken up against him, he was on the verge of exploding. He gritted his teeth and said, "Laugh your sister." Circles of aura spiraled out from his body and spread out continuously. The people around him were so frightened that they fled in a hurry. Zhu Tianhan. Nanxiu Yu's expression changed as she shouted, "Zhu Tianhan." Zhu Tianhan's heart jolted, and he gritted his teeth to suppress his aura. However, his chest was still heaving up and down, and he was clearly quite furious. Nanxiu Yu looked at him and then at Mu Zhuang. "I hope everyone can restrain themselves. No matter what happens in the clouds, It's still a competition of personal strength. Even if there really is a demon, if you're not strong enough or if you're unlucky enough to meet one, you can only blame yourself. Bu Yongyuan nodded. He also understood this principle. He sighed a few times and blamed his bad luck. Nanxiuyu, on the other hand, looked at the water screen with a gloomy look in her eyes, as if she had understood something. Yunxiao was not very famous among the reclusive families, but his name resounded throughout the entire heavenly martial continent, and everyone knew that he had a holy weapon. At this moment, the speed of everyone breaking the array shown on the water screen had almost stopped, leaving Yunxiao and Xiaohong to increase their speed. He had already guessed the key point, but he was still very surprised. It would take at least 3 peak 9-star experts to stop the other 9 people at once. Judging from the huge energy fluctuations and Wu Deshang's 0 battle record, it was almost certain that he had been killed by Yunxiao. Swish! Another beam of light fell and someone teleported out. Blood Crow Palace's Mei Hong immediately went forward to support that person and said, "Yunpeng, why did you come out?" Tu Yunpeng's body was unscathed, but his face was extremely ugly. He bowed and said, "Sect Master, I'm being attacked." "Who is it?" Mei Hong was shocked. "I don't know him." Tu Yunpeng shook his head. Mei Hong was stunned for a moment before his face turned solemn. "How can I not know him? How strong is that person?" Tu Yunpeng hurriedly said, "I really don't know him. That man is very strong. He is at least a peak 9-star expert. With one punch, all my defensive abilities crumbled. If I hadn't activated the instant teleportation talisman earlier, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to come back." Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and all kinds of discussions and suspicions arose. "Is there really something strange in the clouds?" In Hui asked. "Of course it's strange." Mu Zhuang laughed. "Otherwise, how could it be a formation to protect the secret treasure? Perhaps these 2 people encountered an illusionary formation and created an illusion. They couldn't withstand it and escaped on their own." Many people agreed with him. After all, if one were to fall into an illusory formation, it would be difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Even Tu Yunpeng himself was frowning as he tried to recall if it was an illusion. "What did that person look like?" Nanxiuyu asked. Tu Yunpeng quickly described. When Mu Jie heard this, she immediately knew that they were guests. She couldn't help but chuckle to herself. Then, she leaned close to Mu Zhuang's ear and whispered, "What are you 2 secretly talking about? It must be related to you." Zhu Tianhan roared once more as he glared at the 2 of them. Mu Zhuang sneered. "What? Can't I even talk secretly now? What kind of rule is this?" Absolute Heaven replied coldly, "If we're open and above board, what's there to hide? You obviously have a guilty conscience." Mu Zhuang lazily stretched his waist and said, "Ah, someone wants to inquire about the internal information of my Mu family. However, my Mu family has always been open and above board, so there's nothing to hide." "Elder Hao, please tell him what he just said." Mu Jie smiled and said, "I just told Lord Chief that I had a mushroom fried chicken before leaving Heavenspan Island. It was made by a new chef. It's delicious. I asked Lord Chief to have a taste when you go back." "Eft. Ha ha ha." Everyone laughed, and the people of the Mu family were laughing so hard that they were bending forward and backward. "Ha ha, Lord Tianhan, do you want to come back with me to Tongtian Island after the treasure hunt?" Mu Zhuang laughed as well. "Pa!" The fingers of the Absolute Heaven Frigid Chi dug into the palm of his hand, and the fist force exploded on its own, causing all the laughter to stop. Everyone walked away in fear, afraid that they would be affected. Although not many people knew that Yunxiao had a saint artifact, some people had heard of it. Coupled with the Mu family's gloating, and the number of arrays broken on the water curtain, many people had begun to spread the news in private. "I heard that Li Yunxiao has a saint artifact with him, and there are many peerless experts hiding in it. It must be him." Yes. Although Li Yunxiao has extraordinary strength, the Mu family has always been proud. If he doesn't have a holy weapon, he will most likely not be interested in him. I believe him, too. You guys just found out? I've seen that saint weapon when I was on the heavenly martial continent. I heard that it's a world of its own with more than 100,000 people. Not only are there a large number of peerless experts, but there are also a large number of beautiful women. The chef that Elder Muyu mentioned just now was also someone Yunxiao found in the Saint artifact. That's too much. What's the point of competing? If he were to call out more than 100,000 people, wouldn't the other contestants be killed immediately? Suddenly, all kinds of discussions and speculations spread like a virus, and almost everyone could hear them. A Saint artifact? Soon Yin Hui heard it. He didn't hide his shock. Brother Muzhuang, does that Li Yunxiao have a Saint weapon? In an instant, the battleship fell silent. Everyone held their breaths and perked up their ears to listen. After all, the matter of possessing a Saint artifact was too shocking. Although everyone was talking about it, it was very difficult for them to believe it. It's not fair, it's not fair. The fat and thin Duda suddenly cried out. They had also heard the rumor, and most importantly, Yunxiao's number of formations breaking directly surpassed Ao Wuxin's, reaching 23, while Ao Wuxin's was only 22, and it had not increased for a long time. The whole warship began to clamor, all complaining about the unfairness. Even Jing Qi's number of marks had stagnated. Only Yunxiao's was growing rapidly, and Xiao Hong's was slowly increasing. Moreover, the close relationship between Xiao Hong and Yunxiao made everyone understand that it must have been Yunxiao's doing. In fact, most people were just making a fuss. It didn't matter to them who came in first or second, but there were people who liked to make a fuss when it was lively. Nanxiu Yu could no longer sit still. He was almost certain that Yunxiao had used the people in the Divine Realm tablet, but they were so powerful that even he was surprised. I'll go take a look. Just as he was about to move, Mu Zhuang blocked his way. Lord Mu Zhuang, what is the meaning of this? Nanxiu Yu asked unhappily. Let's not talk about whether Li Yunxiao really has a saint weapon, Mu Zhuang said. Even if he does, he doesn't violate the rules of the martial competition. If Lady Nanxiu Yu enters rashly, I'm afraid it will disrupt the fairness. Fair? Fair, my ass. Zhu Tianhan cursed in anger. Using a saint tool. 100,000 people coming out to attack a few people. Is this what you call fair? Yeah. Fair my ass. The people around them also followed suit and clamored, their emotions surging. Mu Zhuang's pupils contracted as his sharp, knife-like, murderous gaze swept across the surroundings, causing gasps to ring out as everyone retreated. Elder Tong, look carefully at those people who are blindly making a ruckus. After the martial arts competition, we'll personally visit them to have a heart-to-heart talk, to talk about life and ideals. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they hurriedly covered their mouths, not daring to speak anymore. The warship immediately fell silent. Mu Zhuang, who the hell do you think you are? Absolute Heaven coldly laughed. How dare you threaten someone in the territory of the natural mode ocean? Mu Zhuang snorted coldly. Of course I'm not an onion, you're the onion, Sir Tianhan. I just wanted to reason with Lady Nanxiu Yu. The martial arts competition has already started, and the rules have been set. Are you trying to break them at the last minute? We didn't consider this when we set the rules, Nanxiu Yu said. There have been rumors that Li Yunxiao has a saint artifact, and now it seems that it's most likely true. Sir 1000, you are familiar with Li Yunxiao. What do you think? Wang Yiqian didn't say a word, and only said at this moment, I'm not sure if he has a saint artifact. Who would take out such a precious treasure to show off? Even Mr. 1000 can't be sure, Mu Zhuang sneered. Besides, even Jing Qi can participate in the martial arts competition under the age of 30. Can't Li Yunxiao participate with a holy artifact? If the competition were to end now, or if a special ruling was made on Yunxiao, then why has Jing Qi been here all this time? Nanxiu Yu was also stunned and fell into a dilemma. The existence of the sacred artifact had indeed broken the balance, but the rules had not taken it into account before. Moreover, if Jing Qi, who had obviously played until now through the loopholes in the rules, had been specially dealt with, then Jing Qi would have to deal with Yunxiao as well. What was even more troublesome was that Jing Qi had killed Hu Yugong. If they dealt with Jing Qi now, Hu Yugong's death would be nothing. The benefits involved in a martial arts competition were too great, and every sect would fight for it. As long as there was a small mistake, it would immediately be magnified infinitely, and it would be even more difficult to clean up the mess. We don't care if the 7th Bureau of Jing doesn't deal with him, the fat monk cried. But this Li Yunxiao must be dealt with. Just cancel his results and let him be at the bottom. My Wuxin will be the first. Mu Jie, you old man. You're a half-puppet. What are you staring at? The skinny monk also shouted. Come. Come. We welcome you to come to the AO family to chat with us brothers after the martial arts competition, to talk about ideals and life. Mu Jie was speechless. She turned her head away and couldn't be bothered to look at the two. I think Brother Mu Zhuang's words are reasonable, Yin Hui said. You can't blame anyone for the loopholes in the rules. Besides, Jingqi didn't deal with him because he took advantage of the loophole, but now Yunxiao is going to be dealt with because he took advantage of the loophole. How can we convince the public? Humph. Zhu Tianhan snorted coldly and said, Yin Hong, you're only saying this because you're benefiting Yunxiao, aren't you? If Yunxiao hadn't trapped the others, that silly girl from your sect would have been at the bottom for sure. Everyone looked at the water screen. Xiao Hong's ranking was rising steadily. She was already at the 13th place and was about to surpass Jingqi to 3rd place. Hihi. Lord Tianhan is right, but so what? Yin Hui asked. Of course, I'm only saying this because I'm benefiting from it. Do you think I'm only saying this because I'm losing? Wouldn't I be an idiot then? You coward! Zhu Tianhan was rendered speechless, not knowing how to refute. I also think that the rules can't be changed. Wei Shishir chimed in. There's a slip-up this time, so we'll just make it up next time. Mu Zhuang was slightly surprised. He did not expect Wei Shishir to be on his side. But he immediately realized that Wei Shishir was not helping him, but Yunxiao. Nanxiu Yu pondered for a while and said, This martial arts competition involves too many benefits. All of you are trying to figure out a way around the rules to catch the natural moat cliff off guard. However, since things have come to this, the rules cannot be changed. Let the competition continue. After he finished speaking, he sat down calmly. The rest of the sects on the list were immediately a little unconvinced, but only Zhu Tianhan and the AO family showed a fierce performance, because the results of the other sects were almost within their expectations. Even if they dealt with Yunxiao, their rankings would not change much. Meanwhile, Wu Deshang's death had caused Zhu Tianhan's anger to be insatiable. The AO family, which had originally been first, was now clearly going to become second, or even third. As expected, everyone thinks that I'm old and easy to bully. Nanxiu Yu said coldly. No one is convinced by my decision. Suddenly, his body flickered and disappeared from the spot. He appeared in front of the fat and thin Duda and struck out with his palms. The two of them were the ones who were the loudest. They did not expect Nanxiu Yu to suddenly attack, and in their shock, they hurriedly blocked with their palms. Even if the two of them were well prepared, they could not withstand a single blow from Nanxiu Yu, let alone when they were completely unprepared. Bang! Bang! The two palms landed directly on their chests, and 2 lines of blood shot out. All the sounds stopped. The two of them were directly sent flying, somersaulting in the air. They flew out of the warship and fell to the endless earth below. Dozens of gasps could be heard, and all of them had pale faces. Only the people at the natural mode ocean would dare to attack the AO family, and he didn't even know if those 2 lunatics were dead or not. Zhu Tianhan immediately calmed down and did not say another word. Nanxiu Yu returned to her seat and said, A person must know how to respect others. If they keep making trouble without reason, this old man has no choice but to teach them some principles. If the AO clan wants this old master to talk to them about life and ideals, this old master wouldn't mind. No one dared to make a sound. Fortunately, there were no more AO family members on the warship. Only 3 of them had come. Hee. Lady Nanxiu Yu is fair and just, which is why everyone believes in her. Mu Zhuang laughed. That's right. Everyone has to follow the ironclad rules of the natural mode ocean. No exceptions. Someone immediately praised. That's right. They're just and righteous. Those 2 lunatics don't know what's good for them. They're always crying and making a fuss here. It's really annoying. Rules cannot be broken. Once the rules are changed at the last minute, the consequences will be unimaginable. All sorts of flattering words came out. All of them were praises. Nancio, you didn't seem to be interested and said indifferently, "Don't mention this matter again." Mu Zhuang smiled and looked at the water curtain happily. Yunxiao had firmly taken the first place, and there were not many array eyes left. Even if Ao Wuxin broke all of them, he would not be able to catch up. Swish! Another ray of light fell from the sky. It was Zhang Haoge of the Pil Sun sect. Chai Jun, the sect leader of Pil Sun sect, looked at the ranking on the water screen and smiled. Zhang Haoge was ranked 7th. He was already very satisfied with this result. The last formation core has been broken, one of them exclaimed. At this time, everyone's eyes were fixed on the ranking on the water screen. Watching the last mark of the array, I fall below Yunxiao's name. There were a total of 81 marks, all of which were complete. Haha, not bad, not bad. Yin Hui twirled his beard and smiled, extremely happy. Little Red had obtained the 3rd place, just 1 place less than Ao Wuxin. Although it was a bit of a pity, it had far exceeded his expectations. The clouds in front of the warship began to roll and retreat to the sides, disappearing into the distance. A rainbow shot down from an unknown place and enlarged in the sky, making the sky look beautiful. The clouds had receded hundreds of miles away, revealing the participants. Yunxiao had a carefree look on his face, while Xiao Hong was stomping her feet, as if she had not had enough fun yet. The rest of the people looked frosty and tired. Some of them were injured, and Zhao Ritian was even more seriously injured. He stood in the air with his sword and panted. When they looked over and saw the ranking on the water screen in the air, they were all shocked and angry, and all turned their eyes to Yunxiao. Only Xiao Hong covered her mouth and jumped up high. She clapped her hands and said, "Third. Xiao Hong is 3rd. Sect Master, did you see that?" Yin Hui laughed. "Haha, I saw it. I saw it. Xiao Hong is amazing." Li Yunxiao, Cheng Qingxi said coldly. "It's all your fault." "Good thing," Yunxiao said lazily. "You're here for something good." Eft. Cheng Qingxi was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood. She was both embarrassed and angry. "I'm going to kill you." She rushed over and appeared in front of Yunxiao in the blink of an eye. The boundless anger in her palm turned into a blade and slashed down. Unhurriedly, Yunxiao clapped his hands in front of him and caught her palm blade, sending a terrifying power to both sides. The air around the two of them started to burn, and a raging fire rose. Cheng Qingxi was extremely furious, but no matter how hard she tried, the palm knife could not be pressed down. In a fit of anger, his left hand clenched into a fist and punched again. Yunxiao pushed with both hands, pushing Cheng Qingxi back a few feet, then pulled back his right hand and struck out. Bang! Both of them were extremely strong and fierce. Under the impact, Cheng Qingxi was once again thrown back several feet, while Yunxiao remained unmoved. Cheng Qingxi's hands were clenched tightly, and her body was trembling slightly. The air of fury was swirling around her, and her long hair was a little messy. However, the emotions in her eyes were gradually calming down, and they became sharp and clear. Yunxiao frowned. He knew that Cheng Qingxi was using some extremely powerful move, and he did not dare to underestimate it. But he was not afraid. Wei Shirshir's pupils shrunk as she shouted, "Qingxi, stop!" Cheng Qingxi's body trembled violently, and she turned back to look at her master. She seemed extremely unwilling, but she still stomped her foot and dispersed all the origin power in her body in anger. In a few flashes, she was back on the battleship, and she stood angrily behind Wei Shirshir, her back facing her. "I know you're resentful, and I know that Yunxiao has played some tricks," Wei Shirshir said. "But the Lord of the Natural Moat Cliff is here, and so are the sect leaders of all the sections. It's not your place to make trouble." The remaining people in the air also flew back, their faces extremely gloomy. Oh, Wuxin's eyes swept over the place and he said in shock, "Where's the fat and thin Duda?" "They're despicable," Nancio said. "I've already struck them down from the warship." "Ah? You?" Oh, Wuxin was very anxious, and he suddenly stomped his foot and flew down from the warship. Zhu Tianhan's face was covered with a layer of frost, and his two daughters had almost fainted. He said in a cold voice, "Li Yunxiao, where's Wu Deshang?" Yunxiao's face lit up as he said, "You know his name is Wu Deshang?" Everyone also felt that it was strange. So Zhu Tianhan knew that this person was an imposter, but why did he still marry his own daughter to him? "You don't have to worry about that. I just want to know, did you kill him?" Zhu Tianhan said in a dark voice. Yunxiao sneered. He wanted to say that he had killed Wu Deshang, but he did not. Wu Deshang had disappeared after entering the clouds, and Che Yu had been looking for him for a long time, but he could not find him. Could he have been killed by someone else? He looked at Jing Qi, who was the most likely person to kill Wu Deshang. Humph! Jing Qi snorted heavily, and his expression was even uglier than Zhu Tianhan's. He had shamelessly participated in the martial arts competition as the sect leader, but he had only come in 4th place. Moreover, the Chaos Jade Coffin was also lost. He felt that he could no longer suppress his inner feelings. All he wanted to do now was to start a massacre. "Did you kill him or not? Give me an answer." Zhu Tianhan roared in anger. "I didn't kill him," Yunxiao said after a moment of silence. "What?" Everyone was stunned for a moment, and they all had looks of disbelief. From Jing Qi's expression, it was obvious that he did not kill anyone. Zhu Tianhan's gaze turned to Cheng Qingxi, Xiao Hong, and Zhao Ritian. All three of them shook their heads. That left only Ao Wuxin. Ao Wuxin did not seem like someone who would kill people for no reason. "Since you didn't kill him, then where did Wu Deshang go?" Zhu Tianhan asked. Yunxiao glanced at Wu Deshang's 0 record on the water curtain and was also puzzled. This young master also wants to know where he went. Zhu Tianhan's expression seemed to have improved slightly, but he still asked, "Then the extremely powerful energy fluctuations that came from the clouds earlier were your doing?" Yunxiao naturally knew that he was talking about Diye's move. "Do I have to report to you even if I'm peeing and picking my nose inside?" Zhu Tianhan snorted, but he did not insist. After knowing that Wu Deshang was not dead, his heart could be considered to have calmed down. "Brother Tianhan, who is that Wu Deshang?" In Hui asked. "Since you know that he is a fake Li Yunxiao, why are you still teasing him?" He glanced at the beautiful twins. Although the two beauties had ugly expressions, they were in a much better state than before. "It's none of your business," Zhu Tianhan replied. In Hui didn't get any response, so he was too lazy to ask. After a while, Ao Wuxin flew up from below. He grabbed the fat and thin Duda in each hand and threw them on the deck. The two of them were not dead, but had fainted from severe injuries. "Lady Nanxiu Yu, you're really heavy-handed," Ao Wuxin complained. "I also feel guilty," Nanxiu Yu said. "Although the fat and thin Duda is a little crazy, he's not a bad person," Ao Wuxin said. "My lord, you're not being considerate." Nanxiu Yu nodded and said, "I feel guilty because I didn't kill them. If it were anyone else, they would have long been smacked to death with a palm. It seems that I'm still afraid of your Ao family, so I've spared their lives. I'm truly ashamed." Ao Wuxin. Everyone's face was filled with black lines. This Nanxiu Yu was too direct. If they really killed the fat and thin Duda, it would be a big deal. Ao Wuxin was also speechless. He didn't know what to say, so he simply didn't say anything. He directly dragged the fat and thin Duda to a corner to heal his injuries. "The clouds have been broken," Nanxiu Yu said. "Let's head to the secret treasure." Countless formations were activated on the battleship, and it suddenly turned into a beam of light and rushed forward. After the formation was broken, not even a single cloud could be seen. The sky and earth had completely changed. Everyone's mood began to become excited. There were thousands of people standing, but very few people made a sound. The light in the surroundings began to slowly dim, and soon, it was as dark as night. There was nothing to be seen. His divine sense could extend infinitely here, but he couldn't find anything at all. "Are you sure this is the right place?" Mu Zhuang asked. Nanxiu Yu turned to look at Wan Yiqian, who had become the center of attention. Wan Yiqian seemed to be a little excited and said, "Yes, This is the place. My lord, you can stop the warship. Nanxiu Yu immediately ordered the warship to stop. A black light flashed on Wan Yiqian's hand, and an iron block fell into his palm. Yunxiao took a closer look and found that it was exactly the same as the fake one he had taken out the other day. It seemed that the old fox had made a fake one and brought it with him. Then, he threw the key up into the sky and started to float up as well. He kept performing all kinds of incantations and seals on the key. The speed of the hand seals was extremely fast. There were only afterimages in the sky, as if there were more than 10 Waniqian being used at the same time. The key finally opened slowly, and the four sides of the cube fell down like a flower bud. A ray of light shot up to a height of 300 meters and spread out in the sky like fireworks. A circle of light spread out in all directions, and the entire dark night sky began to brighten. At this time, everyone realized that they were in an independent space. Before this, their divine senses could not sense anything at all, nor could they sense the end. But now, they could clearly see that this space was about 10 miles long and wide, and there were some things floating everywhere. The secret treasure. It's the secret treasure of the true dragon. Someone cried out in alarm as they saw an object slowly floating over from the void not far away. It was a jade box. However, those with sharp eyes could see that the seal on it was definitely not ordinary. "Don't move!" Nanxiu Yu shouted. The voice suddenly exploded, shaking everyone's heart. Those who were eager to try all changed their expressions and calmed down. Yunxiao's expression was a little strange as he frowned deeply. Although this space was large, it was not strange at all. There was no power inside. "That's not right," Che Yu's voice sounded in his mind. He also felt that something was wrong. He said, "This is definitely not the dragon field. It's just an ordinary storage space." Storage space? Yunxiao was taken aback, and he immediately guessed something. Perhaps this so-called secret treasure is really just the interior of a storage mystic artifact? However, the profound artifact space cannot accommodate living beings. What's so strange about that? Che Yu snorted coldly. Perhaps this storage mystic artifact was once a saint artifact, or perhaps this profound level weapon has already died out, leaving only this space undying and undergoing self-evolution over countless years. Yunxiao nodded. Che Yu's deduction was very reasonable, and it seemed to be the truth. "You made me happy for nothing, but it'd be great if I could get a true dragon sword," Che Yu sighed. If this place was just a storage space, where was the so-called land of 10,000 spirits? Was it really like what Nanxiu Yu said? Was it a projection of time and space, directly projected from the ancient times and did not exist in today's time? Wan Yiqian was also very excited, but he also felt pain in his heart. In order to return to the Merchant Union, he had to go all out. These are the secret treasures that our ancestors painstakingly passed down. I'm sure you've all seen the contents. "That's right," Nanxiu Yu said. "It's just that these things have all been sealed. We can't find out what's inside, so it's hard to choose. Why don't we do it this way? We'll collect all the items and unseal them one by one. Then we'll choose again. This way we won't go wrong," Mu Zhuang said. "No!" Zhu Tianhan immediately objected. "The rules didn't say so. Li Yunxiao is the first in the martial arts competition, so he can choose first. But he can't be unsealed." He felt a burst of pride and joy in his heart. Those seals were extremely strong, and he could not see through them at all. Yes, it can't be unsealed. This attracted everyone's support, and they couldn't help but feel a little excited. In this kind of blind groping, their chances of obtaining good things were also extremely high. There was not much advantage in choosing first. Mu Zhuang's face turned ugly. "Haha, everything has to be done according to the rules. If the rules are not stated, they cannot be changed at will." Zhu Tianhan emphasized once more, using the words rules to suppress the matter. Nanxiu Yu pondered for a moment, and when she remembered that Yunxiao and Jing Qi had cheated, she nodded and said, "Lord Tianhan's words are reasonable. Everything was as he had said before, but these things must not be unsealed. I'm just afraid that if some heavenly treasures are sealed inside, all of the spiritual qi will instantly disappear once the seal is removed. That would be a great loss. Mu Zhuang and Yin Hui looked at each other helplessly. Mu Jie also shook her head. Even with his magical spirit eyes, he could not see through it. It doesn't matter if you can't unseal it. I'm going to start choosing, Yun Xiao suddenly said. His eyes flickered, and strange runes rolled around them, as if they could see through the seal. Why you can see through the seal? Zhu Tianhan asked in shock. It's all right, Yun Xiao said with a smile. It's just SOSO. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and their eyes widened. If they were blind but someone had seen it clearly, how could they choose? All the good things had to be chosen by him, not to mention that the other party had the first pick. You, this Ing Luo. Zhu Tianhan suddenly felt as if he had shot himself in the foot. Young Master Yun, what do you plan to choose? Wan Yiqian asked. The sword of the true dragon, Yun Xiao said without hesitation. It's the sword of the true dragon. Many people's expressions changed and became extremely unsightly. It was clear that they also desired this sword. Yun Xiao flew out in an instant and began to wander around the entire space at an extremely fast speed. Everyone was staring at him without blinking. After the time it took to boil a cup of tea, Yun Xiao appeared on the top of the warship again with a somewhat unsightly expression. There's no true dragon sword here. What? Everyone was shocked. Wan Yiqian was stunned and quickly said, Impossible! No one has entered this secret treasure ever since our ancestors came in. Of course, Nanxiu Yu nodded. The cloud formation outside has not been broken yet, and we don't have the key. It's indeed difficult to enter. Could it be that the true dragon sword was sealed too well, so you were unable to sense it? Yun Xiao took out a jade slip and said, There are 1,773 treasures recorded in the talismans given by Brother Yiqian. Your ancestor took 500 of them back then. So, there should be 1273 left. There are only 1263 items here, 10 items missing. As soon as he said this, everyone hurriedly swept their divine senses over. With the power of the divine senses of these great experts, they naturally could see clearly that there were indeed 1263 pieces. Everyone looked at Wan Yiqian. Wan Yiqian asked anxiously, How did this happen? The ancestors' record can't be wrong. Although these 1773 treasures are all rare, they can be called supreme treasures, Yun Xiao continued. Only 32 of them can make me drool. The value of these 32 treasures was far above that of the other items. The Wan family's ancestor had taken away 20 of these 32 treasures without any hesitation, leaving only 12 of them. You've all risked your lives to participate in this martial arts competition, and your goal should be these 12 items. I just went around and found that the 10 missing items are from these 12 items. What? This caused the crowd to be even more shocked. Even Nanxiu Yu's expression changed as she said, How confident are you, young Master Yun? How confident are you? Yun Xiao asked coldly. This young master's wondrous spirit eyes can clearly see what's inside these seals. How confident do you think I am? At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Wan Yiqian, and many of them had killing intent in their eyes. Wan Yiqian's body turned cold, but he quickly calmed down and said, This old man has never entered this secret manual before. Even if there is a conflict with the records in the appendix, you can't blame this old man, right? Furthermore, who among you can say that you can snatch those treasures? Most people can only obtain 1,000 or so treasures, which is already a great fortune. Brother Yiqian is right, he can't be blamed for this, Nanxiu Yu said. Everyone thought about it calmly. This was indeed the case. Even if those 10 treasures were still there, they would not be able to get them. What are the other 2 treasures? Yin Hui asked. Although he was ranked 3rd, as long as Ao Wuxin did not choose him, he would have a great chance. Moreover, it seemed that Yun Xiao and Xiao Hong had a very good relationship, and he had a good relationship with Mu Zhuang, so he could totally let Yun Xiao choose for him. Ethereal mystical book and magic stones, Yun Xiao said. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Even if there were only these 2 items left, they should still be extremely valuable and would make people drool. Especially that ethereal mystical book, it must be some kind of peerless cultivation technique. Moreover, the tyrannical body tempering technique of the AO family had also flowed out from here, so it was very fanciful. I wonder which one young Master Yun plans to choose? Mu Zhuang asked. He did not feel any heartache about losing 10 supreme treasures, because the first choice had been given to Yunxiao. It was already worth it to win the first place in the martial arts competition and get 30 more spots in Langya Heaven. Magic stones, Yunxiao said. Magic stones. He grabbed in the air and a square jade box the size of a watermelon fell into his hand. Everyone's eyes were focused on the jade box. No one knew what the so-called demon stone was, but since it was a treasure, it must be extraordinary. Many people's eyes flickered with surprise, not only because of the demon stones, but also because of the rumors that he had a holy weapon. It was almost confirmed, so it was impossible to say that they were not excited. However, due to his powerful strength and the fact that everyone had received his grace on the Luofu Island, he still had some conscience, so he dispelled the idea. In fact, Yunxiao also wanted to take a look at the ethereal book, but the demonic stone was too weak. When he scanned it with his divine sense, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. There was a feeling of rainbow stone inside, and the name Bayan. He could not help but choose the magic stone. However, his magical spiritual eyes could see through the seal. The stone the size of a watermelon was grayish-white in color, completely different from the rainbow stone, but it gave him a sense of familiarity. Wuxin, it's your turn, Nanxiu said. Oh, Wuxin walked out, cupped his fist at Yunxiao and said, Young Master Yun, may I ask where the ethereal mystical book is? I can't see through these seals, so I hope you can teach me. Yunxiao chuckled. Wuxin, you're a good boy, but, I'm sorry, you're on your own now. AI. Ao Wuxin seemed to be mentally prepared. He sighed and started to search by himself. Soon he found a long box that seemed to contain a jade slip. He put it away. After opening it, he saw that it was indeed a golden jade slip. Everyone's faces lit up, but Ao Wuxin was not excited. Instead, he glanced at Yunxiao and saw a smile on the corner of his mouth. Looks like it's not. Ao Wuxin didn't even look at the jade slip. He put it away and returned to the warship. Third place, Nanxiu said. Choose the Blue Sky Sect. Come here, Xiaohong. Yunxiao waved his hand and said, I'll teach you. In Hui couldn't stop smiling. He patted Little Red and said, Let's go. Xiaohong hopped to Yunxiao's side, who raised his hand and made a grabbing gesture in the air. Immediately, a beam of light shot over from the distance and hovered in the sky. That's it. Yunxiao pointed at the item and said, I'll choose this one. Big brother, I want the magic stones you chose earlier. Xiaohong blinked. What? Yunxiao was taken aback. Xiaohong, have you noticed something? Xiaohong shook her head. I don't know, but I really want that magic stone. I really want it. Big brother, can you give it to me? Yunxiao touched her forehead and said, I'm sorry, Little Red, but I can't give you that magic stone. Xiaohong's body trembled, and ripples began to appear in its eyes. Circles of black demonic patterns rippled out, as if it was trying to suppress and endure. Xiaohong. Yunxiao was shocked. Xiaohong. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he hurriedly made a hand seal and sent it into Xiaohong's body. Seals flew into her major acupuncture points, temporarily sealing the power of the demonic essence. Xiaohong squatted on the ground, trembling. After a while, he stood up with tears in his eyes. Big brother, bad guys almost came again. Everyone looked at them in shock, somewhat confused. Don't be afraid, Yunxiao said seriously. With Big Brother here, I'm not afraid of bad people. Take this ethereal mystical book first. We'll talk after we leave. He planned to ask for help from the Lingmu flute. With the Lingmu flute's ability, he might be able to expel Di. Xiaohong nodded her head and grabbed the ethereal mystical book. Everyone was sighing and shaking their heads, lamenting why such a good thing didn't happen to them. The fourth place was Jing Qi's. His face was so gloomy that no one dared to stand beside him, for fear of being involved in the disaster. He didn't even look at them and just casually grabbed one from the air. He couldn't see through it anyway, so it was the same no matter what he chose. The people behind him were about the same and didn't have much interest. On the contrary, those small sects were extremely excited. Half a day later, more than 1,000 treasures were all taken away. Because of Yunxiao's presence, the people of the Mu family had basically taken good things. When Mu Zhuang saw the depressed looks on the others' faces, he could not help but smile. The secret treasure is empty, Nanxiu said. Let's return now. The back of the earth will bring everyone back to Big Will Island. As for the placings to the heaven of Langia, they will all be given away when the martial competition opens. It seems like Darren isn't going back with us? Wei Shishir suddenly asked. I suddenly thought of something, Nanxiu said. I have to leave alone. You guys can go first. Everyone found it strange and was about to ask again when they saw the entire back of the earth start to tremble. It activated the space jump and wanted to use its great power to directly travel through space. Swish! Rings of light shot out from the battleship, and the huge ship disappeared on the spot. After losing the boisterous atmosphere, the entire space of the secret item started to become tranquil. An hour later, a circle of light suddenly rippled at a certain point. The ripple grew larger and larger, and a figure slowly walked out. It was Wu Deshang. He held his chin with his hand, tilted his neck, and muttered to himself, The ethereal technique is nothing, but the demon stone has been taken away by Li Yunxiao. What a pity. He shook his head. Suddenly, his pupils contracted and he looked ahead vigilantly. 1,000 feet away, in the space where the battleship was, a figure gradually walked out and slowly said, You took 10 treasures for yourself, and you call that a pity? Wu Deshang stared at him for a while and suddenly laughed. Ha! Lady Nanxiu, are you here to steal my treasure? It was Nanxiu who had not disappeared with the warship. Although I like the supreme treasure as well, since you want it, I won't snatch it from you, he said calmly. However, I want to know your identity and background. It's very rude to ask about other people's privacy, Wu Deshang chuckled. I'm very curious as to how Milord knew that I was here. There's no reason for you to discover me. You've indeed hidden it very well, Nanxiu said. I really didn't find it. That's Ing Luo. Wu Deshang was stunned for a moment. He flipped his right hand and a plate appeared in his palm. He smiled bitterly and said, So it's this. I actually forgot to throw it away. Yes, Nanxiu replied. I've carved an instant teleportation talisman on this command medallion, so I've naturally left a mark on it. If it wasn't for such a coincidence, no one would have discovered you. You're really brilliant, he sincerely praised. Wu Deshang threw the token over and said, I'll return it to you. Nanxiu raised her hand to block it, but it shot back at once. Keep it as a memento. Humph, Wu Deshang said coldly. You've already marked it. Who would dare to take it? He stretched out his hand and crushed the token into pieces. It's fine if you don't want it, Nanxiu said. The 10 treasures on you will be the condition for me to find out your identity. Is that enough? Wu Deshang snorted coldly. This thing is mine. What do you mean you paid for it? If you want to know my background, let's see if you have the ability to do so. Nanxiu frowned. Even though the other party's strength was a little strange, if she were to make a move, she would definitely win. She did not know where his confidence came from. What? Are you scared? Wu Deshang chuckled. Come. Let's see how powerful the master of the natural moat ocean is. As you wish, Nanxiu nodded. He walked toward Wu Deshang, and there was no elemental energy fluctuation on his body. He was just like an ordinary person, strolling slowly in the void. However, Wu Deshang's expression changed and he shouted, He's really coming? I'm not going to play with you anymore, goodbye. A round plate flew out in front of him, and countless golden runes appeared on it. They circled around the round plate, and circles of Maha-ancient characters flashed inside, spinning non-stop. Nanxiu's expression changed and she said in shock, Universe light plate. He disappeared from where he was and rushed toward Wu Deshang as fast as he could. However, the space around him became extremely strange, and no matter how hard he tried, he was still far away from Wu Deshang. Wu Deshang laughed and said, The past is the universe, and the four directions are the universe. This universe light plate controls the rules of space. I wanted to have some fun with you, but considering that my strength is far from yours, I'd better leave first. Let's play again next time. See you. Nanxiu Yu's expression was grave. She drew a circle in front of her body with her hands, and a force rose continuously, reaching a terrifying level in an instant. She struck out suddenly. Boom! The laws of space in the surroundings were shattered, and the Maha-Ancient character on the universe light plate was shattered. Wu Deshang's expression changed drastically, and he said in shock, "Your strength is incredible." Before he could finish, his body had already been teleported 10,000 miles away under the effects of the universe light plate. Only the shattered Maha-Ancient character was left on the spot. It gradually turned into tiny golden symbols and disappeared. Nanxiu Yu's long robe fluttered in the air despite the lack of wind. She looked into the distance with a grave expression. She could no longer sense Wu Deshang's existence. He must have been teleported far away. Who is this Wu Deshang? Even if I had a treasure like the cosmic light plate, it would take me a year and a half to refine it before I could use it so easily, Nanxiu Yu said solemnly. He actually used it so easily. This man is impersonating Yunxiao, and he seems to know Yunxiao. Even when Zhu Tianhan knew that he was an impersonator, he still married his beloved daughter out of Yunxiao. It seems that we will have to start with Yunxiao and Zhu Tianhan if we want to investigate this man's identity. After making up her mind, Nanxiu Yu turned and left. The space of the secret treasure became completely silent, and the air of death returned. The back of the battleship soon appeared on the Big Wheel Island, and the sects and sects took their leave one after another. They had gained a lot on this trip and planned to go back to research the treasures. The sects that suffered the greatest losses were those that lost their elite disciples, and Corpse Fiend sect. As soon as the back of the earth arrived on the Big Wheel Island, Jing Qi turned into a stream of light and flew away, disappearing into the sky. Mu Zhuang looked into the distance and said, "Young Master Yun has thoroughly offended this person. I'm afraid you'll have to be more careful in the future. Why don't you follow me back to the MU family? With young Master Yun's talent and intelligence, as long as you cultivate in stealth for a few decades, you'll be invincible in this world in the future." He valued Yunxiao to an unprecedented level, and his keen intuition told him that the man in front of him would be the overlord of the heavenly martial realm for hundreds of years to come. "If he could really kill me," Yunxiao said with a smile, "he would not have left." "That may be true, but Jing Qi is a despicable man, so we have to be careful," Mu Zhuang said. "Moreover, young Master Yun is currently in a quarrel with Wanshan." "Cough, cough. It's your own arrangement," Yunxiao interrupted. "I've made it clear to you." Mu Wanshan's face was a little pale. He bit his lips until they were red. He wanted to hold back his tears, but they still flowed. Mu Zhuang sighed and handed him a jade slip. "I've seen that young Master Yun is very talented in mechanical puppets. This jade slip has recorded some of the questions you've asked, as well as my understanding of mechanical puppets. It's all recorded in detail, and you must not spread it to anyone else." The people of the MU clan were all shocked. Mu Jie also anxiously said, "Lord Patriarch, this puppetry technique is so. With young Master Yun's talent in this field, it's a pity that you don't learn how to make puppets," Mu Zhuang interrupted. "Besides, I believe that he won't tell anyone." Yunxiao was also a little touched. He took the jade slip and said, "Thank you. Just take it as I owe the MU family a favor. In the future, if you need anything, you can look for me at any time." He didn't stay any longer. After cupping his fists and bowing, he flicked his sleeves and left. There were many people on Big Wheel Island, and Yunxiao quickly hid his aura and entered the crowd. The MU clan also released their mobile suit, which flew up from the back of the earth and directly fell into the MU clan's territory. Mu Wanshan finally couldn't hold back his tears. He covered his mouth and ran away. Mu Jie looked at her and seemed a little guilty, but it was only for a moment. She then said, "Lord Patriarch, the puppet technique has always been a treasure and has never been taught to outsiders. It's not that Mu Yu is reproaching me, but Lord Clan Leader is indeed lacking in consideration. I understand what you're saying, but it's hard to tell whether what I did today was right or wrong. Let's wait for time to test it. Mu Zhuang nodded. Besides, it's mostly his questions and my insights, so it can't be considered a leak. Forgive me for saying too much, but Lord Clan Leader's attitude seems to have changed, Mu Jie said. The surrounding people of the Mu clan held their breaths and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Mu Jie's words were extremely impolite, could be considered as offending one's superior. In the Mu clan, which had extremely strict rules, she would be punished. Mu Zhuang wasn't angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Haha, really? I'm also aware that perhaps I've been sealed off for too long, or perhaps I'm getting old. This martial arts competition has made me feel like a frog at the bottom of a well. Not only me, but the entire Mu clan and even the entire hidden sect are the same." The people of the Mu clan in the surroundings widened their eyes in shock. They looked at each other, as if they couldn't believe that these words came from the mouth of their clan leader. Mu Jie frowned and said, "Lord Clan Leader, you don't have to be so depressed. This Li Yunxiao is just a unique and monstrous existence on the heavenly martial continent. There are no other experts on the heavenly martial continent except for him." "Oh really? What about Xiao Hong?" Mu Zhuang asked indifferently. "What about Wu Deshang?" This buy-in. Mu Jie was stunned for a moment before she said, "Xiao Hong only got third place because of her relationship with Li Yunxiao. As for Wu Deshang, he's gone without a trace. God knows if he's dead or alive." "No." Mu Zhuang shook his head and said, "Don't forget that even Li Yunxiao is very afraid of these two." Xiao Hong's white flames were extremely terrifying. Wu Deshang's peerless movement technique was even more unheard of. "I've been thinking, could the 10 treasures that disappeared from the secret treasure of the true dragon be related to Wu Deshang?" "That's impossible." Mu Jie jumped in shock and shook her head repeatedly. "That's impossible. The formation there was still intact, so even Nanqiu you could not enter. Wu Deshang's movement technique is only powerful. Lord Patriarch, you've overestimated him. If it's only his movement techniques that are powerful, would that old fox Zhu Tianhan marry his daughter to him?" Mu Zhuang asked. Mu Yu was instantly rendered speechless. He said in a daze, Maybe I was just confused." Mu Zhuang laughed coldly and said, "Do you even believe this explanation? In this world, the result of being muddled once could be a disaster. The reason why the Dragon's Tooth Villa has been able to survive until now is because Zhu Tianhan has never been foolish." Mu Jie shook her head and said, "No matter what, I still can't believe that the disappearance of the treasure is related to Wu Deshang. If he really did take it, why did he only take 10 and not all?" Mu Zhuang faintly spat out 2 words, "Time." "Don't forget," he continued, "Wu Deshang hasn't broken a single formation eye, which will certainly arouse suspicion. But even so, he still didn't break the formation because there wasn't enough time. Although I don't know how he entered the cloud formation, I'm sure he'll need a lot of time. In addition, those treasures are all sealed, so I don't think he can get all of them at once, so he needs time. If that's the case, why didn't he take away all 1,200 items?" Mu Jie asked. "It doesn't matter if he's missing 10 pieces," Mu Zhuang said. "No one will even suspect him. But if all of them are gone, I'm afraid that the entire hidden sect will go crazy, and he won't be able to escape. Lord Clan Leader's analysis is indeed reasonable, but I still can't believe it." Mu Jie shook her head and said. Mu Zhuang laughed. Things will always develop in the worst direction. I'm almost certain that Wu Deshang was the one who took the 10 treasures. Nanqiu Yu's so-called last-minute matter is probably to investigate this matter." Mu Jie pondered for a while. "Even if my guess is right, Clan Leader, these 3 are special cases. I'm afraid it's hard to find such a monster on the heavenly martial continent." Mu Zhuang looked at him meaningfully and said, "The heavenly martial continent has such a monster. This proves that their fate has not ended." "What do you mean, Lord Patriarch?" Mu Jie's heart skipped a beat. "Let's go back first. I'll consider whether I should leave the Heaven Alliance," Mu Zhuang said. All the members of the Mu family were shocked and confused. If the MU family left the Sky Alliance, it would be a big deal in the hidden sections. It would directly affect the balance of the Tiandi Alliance and cause another storm. Yunxiao landed on Big Wheel Island. In order to avoid trouble, he suppressed his aura and made it look like he was only a martial emperor. Then, he headed for the Jade Drop sect. The Azure Heaven sect also had its own territory, so the disciples all recognized him and hurriedly reported to him. Soon, an elder-like person left and cupped his fists. I'm Chong Zian from the Bai Luo sect. Greetings, young Master Yunxiao. I'll have to trouble you to inform me, Yunxiao said. I want to see Xiao Hong. I'm really sorry, Chong Zian said. The sect master and Miss Xiao Hong have already left through the teleportation array. What? So fast? Yunxiao was taken aback and a little suspicious. But I didn't see anyone from your sect leave. Chong Zian laughed. The sect master and Miss Xiao Hong have really left. With young Master Yunxiao's wondrous spiritual eyes, I would not dare to lie to you. If you are interested, you can come to the Azure Sea Tide to have a chat. The Azure Heaven sect would welcome you with open arms. The Jade Sea Tide? That should be the location of the Jade Drop sect. Yunxiao pondered for a moment and said, In that case, I'll have to trouble you. He had to think of a way to take Xiao Hong away and force Di out. He naturally couldn't do it alone, but there might be a way with Mu Lingdi. Chong Zian was taken aback. He had just invited Yunxiao out of courtesy, but he did not expect Yunxiao to really go. However, he did not show any dissatisfaction on his face. On the contrary, he said with a very warm smile, Haha, young Master Yun, please come in. If the sect master and Miss Xiao Hong know about this, they will be very happy. He immediately arranged for someone to take Yunxiao to the encampment of the Blue Sky sect, while he hurried to contact Yin Hui. With his status, it was certainly not a problem for him to bring someone back. But Yunxiao was not just anyone. He had to inform his superiors as soon as possible. Yunxiao did not have to wait long before he saw Chong Zian, who came in a hurry, seemingly full of thoughts. What? Could it be that Yin Hui doesn't welcome me? Yunxiao asked first. Chong Zi, and was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed. Haha. Young Master Yun, you're really good at joking. How could that be possible? I saw that you looked normal before, Your Excellency, Yunxiao said. But after I went to inform you, you became a little absent-minded. I thought it was because Yin Hui did not like me. Chong Zian's body trembled, and shock flashed through his eyes. He forced down the shock in his heart and smiled awkwardly. Haha! How is that possible? How is that possible? However, his expression was extremely unsightly, and beads of sweat were flowing down his cheeks. Yunxiao had seen all of this, and he knew that something must have happened. But, since Yin Hui did not want to say anything, he did not bother to point it out. He had to take Xiao Hong away, and no matter what Yin Hui thought, he had to go to the Azure Heaven sect. Chong Zi and hurriedly led the way in front. He felt that his whole body was soaked in sweat. The person in front of him was even more terrifying than he had imagined. He didn't know if the sect leader's decision was right or wrong. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of a small teleportation formation. It was only a few feet wide, and the number of people that could be teleported each time was limited. Chong Zian said, This small teleportation formation is unique to our Blue Sky sect. It's not under the management of the Big Wheel Island. It's forbidden on the island. But we hid it well and we have enough strength. Even if the Big Wheel Island knows, they can only turn a blind eye. The sect master and Xiao Hong were teleported away from here, so young Master Yunxiao didn't notice it. Chong Zi and explained with a smile, and his expression improved. Let's go, Yunxiao said. He stepped into the transfer array. Chong Zi and immediately ordered people to activate the array. What? Yunxiao frowned and asked, My lord, aren't you going with me? I still have things to deal with, Chong Zi and hurriedly said. I'll go later. The Blue Sea Tide is so big, Yunxiao said. What if I get lost? Chong Zian laughed. This is a fixed teleportation formation. It will definitely appear directly in the Bai Luo sect. Young Master Yunxiao, you don't have to worry. I'm a timid person by nature, Yunxiao said. Please accompany me, my lord. He clenched his fingers, and a strong suction force spread in the air, dragging Chang'Zin over. Chang'Zin was shocked and hurriedly said, "Let go, let go! I really have things to take care of, my lord." However, no matter how much he struggled, he still fell into the teleportation formation, and his face instantly paled. The light of the magic array appeared in the surroundings, and the two figures disappeared in an instant. A few hours later, on a barren island, a beam of light flickered, and then Yunxiao and Chang'Zin appeared. Not a blade of grass grew on the island, and the ground was very hard, which was somewhat similar to the Luofu Island. Moreover, the ocean stretched as far as the eye could see outside the island, and it was impossible to tell the direction. "And you said you won't get lost?" Yunxiao said. "Lord Chang'Zin, you lied to me. The sect grounds of your hidden aristocratic families are all very secretive, so hidden that I can't find it. Darren, please take me into the Bai Luo sect." Chang'Zin's expression was extremely ugly. He opened his mouth and stammered for a while before suddenly turning into a ray of light and flying toward the distant seaside. "Slow down," Yunxiao sneered. "I can't keep up." His body gradually turned into lightning as he looked at Chang'Zin coldly. His opponent only had the strength of a peak 8 stars martial sovereign, so it was impossible for him to escape from his grasp. Just as he was about to teleport and give chase, a layer of multicolored light suddenly appeared in the sky above the sea several thousand feet away. It directly blocked Chang'Zin's escape light and sent him flying back several hundred feet. Chang'Zin's face was filled with fear and he shouted, "Sect Master, it's me. Let me out." No matter how much he begged, there was no response from the surroundings. He tried to break through several times but was bounced back by the defense. Yunxiao was taken aback for a moment. Then all the thunderbolts on his body disappeared, and he returned to his normal state. He looked coldly at the man who was wailing and struggling. Suddenly, a sigh could be heard. "Xian, why did you come here with Li Yunxiao when you know this is a dead end?" "I'm very touched by his spirit of sacrificing his life for justice." A figure slowly appeared in the distant sky. It was Yin Hui, his hands behind his back and his face expressionless. "I didn't come here of my own will, Sect Master," Chang'Zin said hurriedly. "It was Li Yunxiao who dragged me here. Quickly open the defense and let me out." "I see," Yin Hui said. "I thought it was strange. When did you become so enlightened? But I can't turn on the shield. Yunxiao is 10 times faster than you, and if I let you out, I won't be able to trap him." Chang'Zin was so anxious that he almost cried. Then what should I do? When can we go out?" "You'll come out when Li Yunxiao dies," Yin Hong said. "You'll be able to come out." Chang'Zin's face became extremely ugly, and he said in a trembling voice, "Why, Your Excellency, if we activate the killing formation, Xian might die before him." Yin Hui sighed. "Xian, I can't bear to leave you. However, things in the world often don't go according to one's wishes. Even I can't help it." A cold voice came from the side and snorted. "Are you still saying goodbye to your subordinates? He's just an 8 stars martial emperor's lackey, and it's his honor to die with Yunxiao." Yunxiao's pupils constricted. The space next to Yin Hong turned, and a young man with a cold face walked out. It was Jing Qi. Chang'Zin's face was filled with despair, as if he knew that he was going to die. "Xian, don't worry," Yin Hui said. "I'll take good care of your family." Chang'Zin cried and bowed. "Many thanks, Sect Master." "Just the two of you?" Yunxiao said coldly. "Just you two? You want to kill me with a formation? Although young Master Yunxiao's strength is shocking, you shouldn't overestimate yourself," Yin Hui said. "The 9 heavens 10 earths killing formation around this island can't compare to the ancient killing formation, but it's enough to kill you." Yunxiao's face flickered. "The 9 heavens and 10 earths killing array of the royal family of the North Sea. Young Master Yunxiao, you are indeed knowledgeable," Yin Hui said. "Is the royal family of the North Sea here too?" Yunxiao asked. "Is that so?" Suddenly, the waves on the sea churned, and a huge killer whale emerged from the surface of the sea. A water column that was thousands of feet high shot up from the back of the whale, and several figures flickered on top of it. It took a few moments for the figures to become clear. A man, served by 2 attendants, sat on a throne in a natural and poised manner. He poured himself a cup of wine and tasted it. He smiled and said, "Although the royal family is here, they have no ill intentions towards young Master Yunxiao. They only lent out this array so they came to take a look." A young man stood beside the man. His face was cold and stern, and he exuded a sinister aura. It was none other than the person he had fought in Seawood Town, Leap Sect. "The Lord of the North Sea?" Yunxiao asked. "The Lord of the North Sea?" The man smiled. "Young Master Yunxiao, you're flattering me. The Lord of the North Sea is my elder brother. I'm Runtong. This young Master Yunxiao should still remember, right? This little nephew is called Ruizong." The expression on Leap Sect's face was extremely complicated, gloomy, and uncertain. His heart was in turmoil. After they parted in Seawood Town that year, Yunxiao had already become a peak 9 stars martial emperor. "That's strange," Yunxiao said suspiciously. "It's only been a short time since we left the secret treasure, and you've already made an agreement to deal with me? And you still have time to go to the North Sea to borrow the killing array?" Aryuo Long laughed. "I'm not sure about that. I'm only here to set up an array and see how strong it is. As for who you're going to deal with, I just found out about it. Coincidentally, you're familiar with the person who came with me, Leap Sect. Then, can you explain it to me, Lord Inhui?" Yunxiao asked. Inhui said, "It's actually very simple. I've already set up to kill you when I was on Luofu Island. Originally, I was worried that I wouldn't be able to lure you here, but I didn't expect you to come to me on your own initiative. This really saves me a lot of trouble. Thank you very much." His face was full of sincerity, and he thanked her very seriously. "You're welcome," Yunxiao said. "Then why do you want to kill me? Who's the main instigator? Or are you all taking what you need?" "It's hard to say for sure about this Wufu," Inhui said. "In short, we'll just have to kill him." "Isn't this too careless?" Yunxiao said gloomily. "No matter what, it's still murder, so at least you have to find a better reason." "The reason is that you deserve to die," Jingqi said coldly. "All right," Yunxiao said helplessly. "Pretend I didn't ask that question. One last question. Are you really confident that this 9 heavens 10 earths killing formation can take my life?" Aryuo Shao poured a cup of wine and slowly savored it. She smiled and said, "Of course. I'm very confident in this formation. It's the number 1 killing formation of the 4 seas. Otherwise, how would I dare to leisurely sit here and taste wine? Even if this formation can't kill you, it'll at least injure you all over. If we attack you, we'll almost certainly win," Inhui said. "You 2 salted fish?" Yunxiao asked. "What are you doing?" Inhui and the others were all speechless. The 2 of them were saints and almost lords of the world. This was the first time in their lives that they had been called salted fish. "It doesn't matter," Inhui said. "Just treat us like salted fish. However, it's not just 2 of us. There are many of them." He tapped it with 2 fingers, and with a PA sound, there were ripples in the air. People kept appearing in the sky. Other than the experts from the Jade Drop sect and Corpse Fiend sect, there were also people from other sections. Yunxiao was taken aback. A total of 43 people had come out. At a glance, he found that the lowest cultivation base among them was a high-level martial sovereign, while 12 of them were peak 9 stars martial sovereigns. 3 of them were the masters of a sect he had seen in the secret treasure. Those people had all received the benefits brought by Yunxiao's advancement on Luofu Island, and they looked somewhat apologetic. 2 divine transcendence experts, 12 peak 9 stars experts, and 31 high-level martial sovereigns. Such a powerful force was enough to destroy any sect. Even Aryuo Long was taken aback. She looked on with a face full of shock and said in a daze, They actually used so much battle strength for this person. Is this person really that powerful?" He looked at Yunxiao in confusion. "Great uncle, this person was only a mid-stage martial supreme when we were in Seawood Town, but he was able to fight against the lightning tiger and fire leopard. Ruizong said. Runlong was shocked. I've also heard you say it before, but it's too unbelievable. In order to kill him, all the high-level members of the Heaven Alliance have been mobilized. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he said in a cold voice, The one who wants to kill me is the Sky Alliance. Yin Hui looked at Ruo Long with a reproachful look and said, Since you already know, I won't hide it from you. Although this king is coveting the treasures on you, you've helped Xiao Hong a lot in this martial arts competition. After all, and we're all indebted to you. I won't return kindness with enmity, but the heavens have given orders, so we have no choice. Who is a divine being? Yun Xiao asked. Why did he want to kill me? I'm not sure about that, Yin Hui said. Even if it's the Heaven Alliance, it's just an alliance, Yun Xiao said. I don't believe you will listen to the words of the gods. Ahem 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 ahem. Yin Hui coughed twice and said, People, of course, won't wake up early if there's no profit. The heaven expert promised that he would only take one of your treasures, and the rest will be ours. Oh, what do you want? A saint artifact. Yun Xiao was puzzled. A saint artifact? As soon as these two words came out, everyone felt their blood heat up. The little bit of guilt they had disappeared, and their eyes shot out greed. We don't know, but I think so, Yin Hui said. Jing Qi had been impatient for a long time. He reproached, Are you done? Quickly kill him. I want him to be refined into a zombie puppet and be under my control for all eternity. Yin Hui nodded and cupped his fists. Young Master Yun Xiao, I'm going to activate the formation now. Take care. Take care, your sister. Yun Xiao cursed. Take care. Chong Zi's face turned ashen. He swayed in the air and flew back to the island, his eyes full of despair. Yin Hui waved his hand, and a small golden flag appeared in his hand. He threw it out. Suddenly, the entire island's climate changed, and the bright environment instantly darkened. A cold wind blew, and the figures of Yin Hui and the others disappeared. Yun Xiao. Chong Zian cried out in horror and hurriedly leaned behind Yun Xiao, as if it was safer this way. You're dead for sure, Yun Xiao said. What are you afraid of? Chong Zi's face was pale, and he cried, Lord Yun Xiao, I'll be extremely grateful if you can save my life. Even if I have to give you all my resources, I'll be happy to do so. Don't be like this, Yun Xiao said. This array is extremely fierce, and I can't take care of you. You'd better stand far away. Even if you die, stay away from me. He lifted his leg and kicked. How could Chong Zian block it? He was kicked in the chest, and he flew out with a scream. Chong Zian spat out a mouthful of blood and flew into the wind. When he landed on the island again, he was already dead. Yun Xiao's pupils constricted as he looked into the cold wind. He saw that it was filled with an extremely violent power, rolling and rolling, and the amount was increasing. He didn't use too much strength in that kick, so Chong Zian would at most be slightly injured. However, he didn't expect to come into contact with the Yin wind and die with a touch, so he had to be careful. He had only heard of the 9 heavens and 10 earths killing formation when he was in the light, but he had never seen it before. The cold wind seemed to contain an extremely strong evil qi. Just by looking at it with his wondrous spiritual eyes, he felt that his spirit was somewhat hazy. He hurriedly retracted his gaze and suddenly struck out with a palm. Suddenly, the divine fire astral wind turned into a huge wheel of wind and fire in front of him and slashed forward. Boom, boom, boom. The huge wheel flew into the Yin wind and instantly split open a path. The haze that filled the sky was continuously dispersed by the wind and fire. What? Yin Hui, who was in the sky, was shocked. It's so easy to break? Ruo Long was also taken aback, and hurriedly said, What the hell? That wind and fire magical power is extremely strong. Can actually split this Yin fiend. Hurry up and throw the Chaos Golden Flag down. Yin Hui cast several incantation seals, and the small golden flag that was hanging in the air immediately fell. A huge golden light pierced into the array, and its vast power spread out in all directions, instantly extinguishing Yun Xiao's wind and fire. The baleful Yin force circled around the golden flag and suddenly turned into 9 gray dragons that roared down. When the golden flag of chaos was planted in the ground, a vast golden light filled the entire array, and Xianxia felt an irresistible pressure coming at him. The golden light covered his entire body like an invisible chain, completely locking him in. The 9 gray dragons roared as they descended. Boom! 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 One after another, they rushed into his body, and Xianxia's face turned ferocious and terrifying as he roared in pain. His entire body suddenly exploded, turning into a cloud of dancing lightning. The 9 dragons appeared once more and chased after the green lightning. The green thunder was suppressed by the golden light and its speed was extremely slow. A mass of demonic essence appeared in the green thunder and grew larger and larger. In an instant, it reached the sky and turned into a true demonic giant spirit. It raised its hand and pressed down on the 9 dragons. Boom! A palm struck down from 100,000 feet high in the sky, directly scattering a gray dragon. It was jolted into the ground of the island, and countless gravel flew up. The surroundings of the giant pit had turned gray, and the brown rock layer had completely decayed. The true devil giant spirit raised its hand again and slapped at another gray dragon. The 7 dragons circled around the demonic shadow and attacked it continuously, but they couldn't disperse the demonic aura. The gray dragon that was attacked actually fled in the direction of the golden flag of chaos. Boom! However, it still couldn't escape its fate. It was smashed into pieces by a huge demonic seal in the air, exploding into a cold wind and dissipating. Hui and the others were dumbfounded as they watched from the sky. The green thunder came back to its senses from the gray dragon's attack and transformed into Xianxia's appearance in an instant. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, and its 6 hands quickly formed seals. 3 huge seals condensed above Xianxia and merged into one. An even more dazzling golden light appeared and then slammed into the golden flag. Roar! A huge roar came and the 3 seals combined together. A huge dragon soared into the sky, its face full of ferocity. It seemed to contain extreme anger, and its light was brilliant. Boom! Everyone watched in shock as the golden dragon crashed into the chaos golden flag, sending out a golden wave that spread in all directions. Xianxia was the first to be hit, and he was forced to retreat by the backlash. The entire island crumbled under the golden wave. Even the 7 gray dragons were constantly transforming and disintegrating, dissipating into the most primitive wind. After the terrible shock, Xianxia's face darkened. The small golden flag was gone, but it had turned into 9 big golden flags, which surrounded him like iron buckets. Furthermore, the entire world had disappeared. The sea, the sky, Hui, and the others had all disappeared, leaving only these 9 huge flags that stood there strangely. The patterns on the 9 flags were all different. Above the sea and the sky, Hong and the others saw another scene. The entire island was completely destroyed by the golden waves, and as the golden light swept across the sea, Xianxia and the true devil disappeared, leaving only the golden flag of chaos standing above the sea, with circles of golden waves spreading out from it. What's wrong? Is Xianxia dead? Hui said in shock, his face full of shock. Jingqi didn't look too optimistic either. He stared down vigilantly, in case he attacked at any time. But after a while, Xianxia was still nowhere to be seen. Only the golden flag was still emitting golden waves. Ruo Long's mouth was also wide open, her hand still holding a wine cup. She didn't move at all and said awkwardly, It's sucked in. Luo Leap Sect swallowed with difficulty and said, Uncle, what do you mean? Is that Xianxia dead? He's not dead yet, but he won't be far from it. Ruo Long shook her head. Hui also flew over and landed on the pillar of water that the killer whale had shot out. What's going on? Ruo Long pointed at the mixed gold flag and said, This flag is born by absorbing the resentment, hatred, death, anger, and other negative emotions of countless creatures in the 4 seas. It is indestructible by itself, and ordinary peak 9-star experts can't withstand the evil chi of the 9 dragons at all. But Xianxia destroyed it easily and attacked it with his vast power, which then led to him being absorbed. Now he's dead for sure, and the troublesome thing is that everything on him will be destroyed. Impossible. In Huey's expression changed. He has a saint weapon. Aruo Long frowned. A saint artifact is indeed very special. I've never encountered such a situation before. However, there's definitely nothing other than a saint artifact. Can you release it when you're about to die or just died, so as not to destroy your personal treasures? In Hui muttered. He seemed to be a little unwilling. You're too v. Runchin, she said. This golden flag of chaos only goes in and not out. The things inside will definitely turn into endless hatred, death, and anger. This is troublesome, In Hui said. How should I explain this to the Celestials? It's up to you how you want to explain it, Runchin said. When that Li Yunxiao is completely gone, I'll take the golden flag of chaos back to report on my mission. He gradually calmed down, leaned back on the throne, and continued to taste the wine. However, his eyes were clear, as if he was thinking about something. Jing Qi's face was full of death. He stared at the golden flag and said, How does it completely melt? When those golden waves disappear, it means that the item inside has been refined. Looking at the strength of the waves, I'm afraid it will take a while. Everyone looked over and saw that the golden ripples were powerful and clear as they spread across the sea. My lords, you may return first. Yunxiao is dead for sure after entering the golden flag of chaos, and even I can't save him, so you can rest assured. I'm not at ease at all, Jing Qi said coldly. Don't overestimate your profound level weapons. I'll wait here and see if he'll really die. Let's wait for him to die before we leave. In Hui agreed. That's safer. After all, that kid is too freakish. Aruo Long was rather unhappy, but it wasn't appropriate for her to refute everyone's face. She snorted lightly and started drinking by herself, too lazy to pay attention to everyone. At this moment, Yunxiao was sitting cross-legged in the middle of 9 huge golden flags. Waves of mighty power surged from all directions, turning into circles of ripples. This kind of power. His body swayed along with these golden waves, and the frequency became more and more in tune with them. It was as if he was about to merge into them, and his mind was hazy and his will was unstable. It's too strange. Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. He immediately performed an incantation gesture with one hand, and demonic runes gushed out of his body to protect himself. Many of the golden ripples were devoured by the Mo matrix, but some were still reflected back. Immediately, the energy in the entire space began to become chaotic. These golden waves are light. He pointed in the air, and a yellow light flew out from the tip of his finger. It slowly grew larger, blooming with a sparkling light. It was the Great Sorrow Sunset Cloud Mirror. With the incantation gesture, the entire mirror split into 2, then 4, and soon countless mirror surfaces were formed, which then condensed into dozens of rhomboids, which slowly flew down and landed around Yunxiao. Those golden waves rippled on the prism and were immediately reflected. For a moment, the ripples in the entire space became chaotic and the entire space began to tremble. Yunxiao was protected by more than 10 mirrors, and there was not a single ripple in the air. It was the most stable place in the space. Outside the prism, the ripples were constantly colliding with each other. On the surface of the ocean, the waves around the golden flag of chaos suddenly became chaotic, showing different ripples and becoming a little rushed. What's going on? The crowd immediately noticed the abnormality. Aruo Long hurriedly observed and then said, It's fine. That Li Yunxiao is using all his strength to resist the melting power of the golden flag. It may take some time, but it's still in vain. In Hui and the others weren't so optimistic. They just said indifferently, I hope it will be as you wish. Run Long was a little unhappy and snorted. If you don't have confidence in me, why did you come to the North Sea to borrow the array? In Hui smiled. Caution is the parent of safety. It's not that we don't have confidence in you. We just want to make sure everything goes well. Inside the golden flag of chaos, Yunxiao was also thinking. The light waves emitted by the 9 golden flags were all reflected back by the mirror of great sorrow. This way, the two forces collided with each other and did not dissipate. This way, the energy accumulated in the space would increase and eventually reach the limit. The Great Sorrow Sunset Cloud Mirror was like a dam in a river. Although it was blocked for a while, as long as the river water continued to accumulate and rise, it would eventually collapse. If this continues, one of the 9 golden flags or the Sunset Cloud Mirror will be destroyed first. Just now, when I combined my 3 seals to bombard the golden flag, I was actually unable to injure it. I'm afraid that the Sunset Cloud Mirror will be the first one to be unable to withstand it. Xianxia was a little worried. He raised his hand, and the Tusada heavenly peak turned into a 5-colored light and flew out, smashing into one of the flags. Boom! The flag was smashed into pieces and turned into countless golden light spots. However, in an instant, the golden specks of light gathered together again and formed a huge flag, just like before. At this moment, Xianxia's expression finally changed. He immediately understood that these 9 flags were just illusionary shadows, and only one of them was real. His pupils contracted as he used the power of the lunar pupil to look over. He immediately noticed that one side of it was different from the others. He laughed proudly and smashed the Tusada heavenly peak down. Let's see how you can recover this time. Boom! The golden flag also crumbled, and countless golden lights scattered. However, in the blink of an eye, it condensed into a flag again, exactly the same as before. What? Xianxia was taken aback, and it was only then that he realized that the flag in front of him was also an illusion. He swept his gaze around and saw that the real golden flag had already become the one beside it. So all 9 incarnations were fake and all 9 incarnations were real. We're in big trouble now. Xianxia's expression changed several times. Unless he had the power to destroy all 9 golden flags at the same time, he could not break the array. At this moment, the light waves were continuously being deposited. Although the speed was very slow, there would come a time when it was filled. If the mirror of great sorrow was broken, then when the vast power surged over, he was afraid that he would be crushed into pieces in an instant. The accumulation of these light waves is also an impact on the 9 golden flags. If I release all 9 attacks at the same time when the mirror of great sorrow can't hold on, I should have a high chance of winning. He immediately asked Che Yu and the others to come out of the Divine Realm tablet, explained the details one by one, and assigned them their tasks. Xianxia and Baiming Nan's strength was second, and they each attacked one of the attacks. After the crocodile absorbed the astral wind giant spirit, its power had been increasing continuously. It was already above the others and was now the main attacker. Bin Chen's unparalleled divine body had also opened 6 gates. He was stronger than ordinary peak 9 stars and focused on one Dao. Even though the evil spirit had possessed Yao An's peak 9-star body, it was still an external body. After Dark Thunder stepped into Tier 9, it lost its opportunity and had been stagnant all along. Their combat strength was extraordinary, but they mostly relied on their immortal bodies and thunder incarnations, which made them slightly weaker in terms of attack. So, Xianxia asked them to join forces and attack one of them. The heaven-patrolling bull was a divine phoenix with extremely strong abilities. It also attacked one Dao alone. The combination of Calabash Little King Kong's Vajra Fist and Ice Fiend Heartflame was also extremely fierce in a single attack, but Xianxia was a little worried. So, he had the Water Immortal and the Transcendent Cultivator work together on his left and right, while the 3 of them attacked together. The water deity was very surprised by this puppet. She looked at it curiously and patted it left and right. The eyes of the gourd little King Kong kept following her, making her laugh. Lastly, Chen Yunyu and Su Liani were left behind as backup in case something unexpected happened. With this arrangement, it was almost foolproof. Xianxia was immediately relieved, and he began to regulate his breathing in the array formed by the sunset cloud mirror while waiting for time to accumulate. Everyone sat in a circle in the space and waited quietly. The waves outside the mirror reflected the great sorrow sunset cloud mirror at a faster speed, just like a pool storing water, and more water was produced. Suddenly, a ray of light flickered among the crowd and gradually condensed into an imposing figure. "Sir!" the few of them exclaimed at the same time. My lord, Xiao said in surprise, is this body suitable for you? The person who came was Mu Lingdi. He nodded slightly and said, it's almost done. This divine steel body is even tougher than before. The only regret is that I can't cultivate it. However, 100,000 years have passed. To be able to live once more is already a blessing from the heavens. The heavenly Tao is impermanent, Xiao said with a smile. I don't think you could have dreamed of such a scene, my lord. Lingmu Di also gave a rare smile. He looked around and said, what's wrong? Are you trapped by the formation? Xiao gave him a brief account of the situation. Lingmu Di nodded. Your idea is feasible. When the mirror of the evening clouds of great sorrow can't resist it, the 9 golden flags will be almost finished as well. How can they withstand a blow from you people? It would be even better if my lord is willing to help, Xiao said with a smile. It'll be great if you can. That's good, Lingmu Di said. I'll be the second string then. I'll make a move if something goes wrong. Xiao was overjoyed and quickly thanked him. Now, with Mu Lingdi, Su Liani, and Chun Yuyu as the second line, it was almost foolproof in case of any mishaps. What about the land of 10,000 spirits? Asked Lingmu Di. Xiao told him the details, especially about Xiaohong. Lingmu Di also frowned and said, the Demon Master's clone and the Rainbow Stone have combined? It's indeed very troublesome, and it's almost impossible to separate them. What? Xiao's heart trembled. Even you can't do anything about it, my lord? It's almost impossible to do it under this sky, Lingmu Di said. Back then, it took almost the power of an entire world's powerhouses, with countless casualties, to suppress and dismember the Demon Master. It's really strange that the Rainbow Stone has developed intelligence on its own. He held his hand and placed a finger on his cheek, as if he was thinking about something. I hope your excellency can teach me a way, Xiao said firmly. I'll give it a try no matter what. Lingmu Di thought for a while and said, let's not talk about this for now. I'm very interested in Wu Deshang, who has the true dragon Dharmakaya. How could one comprehend the second true dragon Dharmakaya without the supreme bloodline of the true dragon? Mr. Che Yu, what do you think? Che Yu was also confused. He shook his head. If I knew, I would have completed my Dharmakaya long ago, and I wouldn't be far from becoming a true dragon. There are so many interesting things, Lingmu Di laughed. If there's a chance, I'd like to meet this man. I want to too, Xiao said hatefully. I just don't understand why he has to pretend to be me to cheat me every time. Isn't he ruining my reputation? Reputation is nothing but fleeting clouds, Lingmu Di said. Why do you care so much about it? You're right, my lord, Xiao said with a gloomy face. From today on, I'll change the name of the calabash little King Kong to Lingmu Flute. It's quite nice. You don't mind, do you? Reputation is just a fleeting cloud. This Pishio, cough, 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 Pishio. Lingmu Di clenched his right hand into a fist and coughed twice. Of course I don't mind. However, Wu Deshang is too evil. I can't let him off easily. Your excellency is right, Xiao said. Let's just call him Gourd Little Guardian Warrior. Everyone, he. By the way, Lingmu Di said, where are the magic stones you got in the secret treasure of the true dragon? Let me see them. Xiao was about to ask him about the same thing, so he took out the jade box and handed it to him. With my spiritual eyes, it's completely different from the rainbow stone. However, I have the same feeling as it. Even Xiaohong wants to know. Lingmu Di placed the jade box in his hand. Everyone looked over, eager to see what was inside. He touched the jade box with his hand and immediately triggered a formation light. After several hand seals, the formation light faded like water. The jade box was opened, and there was a stone that was as smooth as a watermelon inside. There was nothing unusual about it. However, when he used his spiritual sense to probe, he was sucked in and disappeared without a trace. This is Ing Luo. Lingmu Di's expression changed drastically, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He hugged the magic stone with both hands and said in horror, raw stone, primordial stones? What? Everyone was stunned and confused. How can this be primeval stones? Even if it's just primeval stones, there's nothing to be excited about, right? Beiming Nan seemed to have thought of something and said in surprise, Darren's meaning is that this is a buy-in. Lingmudi's eyes were still filled with horror. His throat seemed to be blocked by something. He kept hitting the magic stone and finally said with certainty, It's indeed a raw stone, a neon raw stone. Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. Rainbow rough stone? He asked. What does it have to do with the Niangxi? Lingmudi held the stone and did not answer his question. Instead, he fell into deep thought and muttered to himself, Why would there be a rainbow rough stone in the secret treasure of the true dragon? That doesn't make sense. Could it be that the two realms were connected in ancient times? Yunxiao did not disturb him, so he just waited quietly. After a long time, Lingmudi came back to his senses and said, Li Yunxiao, come with me. Yunxiao looked back at the golden light outside the mirror of evening clouds and saw that it was still accumulating, and he had no idea when it would be full. Everyone keep an eye on him. If there's anything unusual, inform me immediately. Then the two of them entered the Divine Realm tablet. Everyone knew that there must be something important to discuss, so it was not convenient to speak directly in front of them. On a mountain in the Divine Realm tablet, Lingmudi held the magic stone and looked at it several times before sighing. It's really a neon rough stone. So shocking. What's the difference between this rainbow stone and the rainbow stone? Yunxiao asked again. Lingmudi shook his head. There's no difference. The so-called raw stone is meant to be untainted by devil qi. This raw stone is still wrapped in the stone skin. It's too rare. What? Yunxiao was taken aback. Aren't the rainbow stones produced after the body of a demon lord split? Could it be formed by the heavens and earth? Other than the body of a demon master, he had never heard of a rainbow stone. How much do you know about the devil master? Asked Lingmudi. Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then said, I only know that it was a super expert who appeared 100,000 years ago. He almost swept across the entire world. In the end, he was suppressed by the combined efforts of Sir and other peerless figures. Then do you know the origin of the Devil Lord? Asked Lingmudi. Yunxiao shook his head, his face full of hope. It's time to tell you something, Lingmudi said. I hope the tragedy of the demon-sealing war won't happen again. His face was filled with desolation, as if he was recalling the time when his companions had fallen one by one. Lingmudi's first words stunned Yunxiao, and he seemed to have difficulty thinking. The demon master is not a creature of the heavenly martial realm. My lord, Yunxiao said in surprise. Do you mean that the demon lord is from a space near the heavenly martial realm? The concept of space is correct, but it's not exactly accurate, Lingmudi said. That place is as vast and boundless as the realm of heavenly martial arts, and should be called a realm. We call it the demonic realm. Demon realm mayfly, Yunxiao murmured to himself. It was the first time he had heard that name. Not many people know about the existence of the devil world, and I happen to be one of them. Lingmudi nodded. Yunxiao was not surprised by this. Lingmudi was in charge of the entire North region at that time, and he could be considered a peak figure of that era. It would be inexcusable if even he did not know about it. Yunxiao suddenly had an idea. The Devil Lord shouldn't be the only expert in the Devil realm, right? He suddenly thought of the Demon Lord D and Pu. If there was a world, then the number of Demon Lords might far exceed 2. There are many experts in the Devil world, said Lingmudi. They have a strict division according to their strength, but there is only one Devil Master. The so-called Devil Master is a title, meaning the Lord of the Devil world. Is the Demon Lord a famous emperor or a famous Pu? Yunxiao finally could not help but ask. What? Lingmudi frowned and said, Your question is related to another matter. Let me tell you about the Devil world first. Since you've received Lord Yen Shen's inheritance, you've naturally been to the Tiandang Mountains. Yunxiao's heart trembled as he said, That's right. In my previous life I died in there. Could it be? He seemed to have thought of something, and a light flashed in his mind. But soon he had a headache, as if he had lost his memory. "Do you know about the Black Flame Fiend?" asked Lingmu Di. Yunxiao's face was a little pale. He nodded and said, "Back in the dragon transformation pool at the burial ground, I met the owner of the Thousand Autumns Imperial Saber. Only a wisp of his soul was left in the skeleton. He told me that at the beginning of the chaos, Tao became one, one became two, and from two became three. The demonic chi was one of the three. It was born in chaos, evolved from Tao and immortal. When it gathers to a certain extent, it will condense into a spiritual object called the Black Flame Fiend, which is also a terrifying existence of the 10 realms." "That's right," said Lingmu Di. "I didn't expect him to be able to struggle on whilst at death's door until now." Sigh. The demon world was derived from this one chi of Tao after enduring many catastrophes. In the demon world, this chi of Tao would accumulate over time and form an existence with primary spiritual consciousness, called black evil. These black evil spirits continuously absorb demonic vitality and devour other black evil spirits, causing their spiritual consciousness to become higher and higher. Finally, when it reaches a certain level and breaks through to the 10 directions divine realm, it will become the Black Flame Evil Spirit. The Black Flame Fiend has a very high status in the devil world. It can be considered to have an initial spiritual sense, similar to the true spirit of the devil world. However, even after breaking through to the 10th level, these Blackfire Fiends continued to cultivate and devour other Blackfire Fiends. In the end, they evolved to an extremely terrifying level. Only then did they possess intelligence that was not inferior to humans and were called Demon Lords. At the Demon Lords level, it's very rare for them to devour. Devouring the Black Flame Fiend can only restore their strength, not increase it. Moreover, the Demon Lord is only formed from countless black evil spirits and has no physical body. At this time, they need to forge their bodies, and this rainbow rough stone seems to be a kind of stone that exists in the demon world for the Demon Lord. Lingmu Di's words had completely stunned Yunxiao. He did not expect the existence of devils to be so complicated and difficult. Then what is the relationship between the Demon Lord and the Demon King? A Devil Master is actually a Devil Monarch, Lingmu Di said. It's just a Devil Monarch who has mastered the power of the devil world and become the supreme lord of a world. And the symbol of controlling the power of a world is the Six Paths demonic weapon. I believe you have seen it before. Not only had Yunxiao seen it, but he had also used it before. It was indeed very useful, and it could kill people as easily as killing ants. I heard from Di Jia that Six Paths demonic weapons are called Heavenly Saint weapons, he said. Lingmu Di's pupils contracted slightly. He nodded and said, "That's right. Do you know what a Heavenly Saint tool is?" When he saw Yunxiao's confused look, he smiled and said, "The so-called Heavenly Saint tool is a saint tool that was born when a world was born. It is an existence that is connected to the entire world. To put it bluntly, it is condensed from the power of the world. If the power of the Heavenly Saint artifact is fully unleashed, you won't be able to fight against it unless you have the power to fight against an entire world." Yunxiao's hands broke out in cold sweat as he heard that. The Demon Master is so powerful. How did the Lord seal and dismember him back then? Lingmu Di heaved a long sigh, as if what had happened in the past had made him extremely sad. After a while, he said, "Not only does the Devil Realm have Heavenly Saint tools, but the Heavenly Martial Realm also has Heavenly Saint tools. Your Divine Realm Tablet is the Heavenly Saint weapon of the Heavenly Martial Realm." Ah! Yunxiao was dumbfounded. His mouth was wide open, and his mind was blank. But the power of the Divine Realm Tablet and the demonic weapon of Six Paths are incomparable. Lingmu Di said, "That's because the Divine Realm Tablet was damaged during the Demon Sealing War. Moreover, the 10 rules of heaven and earth were lost, which directly led to the decline of the power of the Divine Realm Tablet. The power of the realm that can be exerted is limited to the 9th Order rules." "I still don't understand," Yunxiao said. "Even if it's only a 9th tier power of laws, it's far more powerful than it is now." "You've only repaired the damaged Divine Realm Tablet," Lingmu Di said. "But the artifact spirit that can make the Divine Realm Tablet exert its greatest power has long disappeared." Tool spirit? This thing has an artifact spirit. What? Yunxiao was dumbfounded. Where can I find an artifact spirit? Lingmu Di shook his head. I don't know either. But since the Divine Realm tablet has reappeared and the Devil Master's seal has been broken, you will find the artifact spirit one day. Yunxiao fell silent. The information that Mu Lingdi had just said was too much for him to digest for a while. There's something I don't understand. Why didn't you kill the demon monarch directly? Why did you suppress him instead? That's because the demon lord monarch itself is a passageway that connects the two worlds. Lingmu Di slowly revealed the answer that had troubled Yunxiao for years. A passageway between the two worlds. Yunxiao was shocked, and he immediately understood the key point. This is too ridiculous. It's hard to accept, but that's the truth, Lingmu Di said seriously. If we had killed the demon master, the channel to the demon realm would have been opened, and countless demon kings and demons would have descended. It would have been hard to imagine, and the entire realm of heavenly martial arts would have been destroyed. Gulp! Yunxiao racked his brain, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. But even though the passage between the two worlds is in the body of the Devil Lord and is suppressed separately, there is still a crack between the two worlds, Lingmu Di said with a sigh. A crack? Yunxiao instantly realized what was going on and said in surprise, I understand. The Tiandang Mountains is where the crack is. When I obtained the Phoenix Divine Flame, I possessed the Phoenix and saw an ancient battle where the Phoenix defeated the Black Flame Fiend. Oh, there's such a thing? No wonder, Lingmu Di said in surprise. As expected, there have been demon invasions since ancient times. The Tiandang Mountains was indeed a crack between the two worlds. Fortunately, only low-level black demons could enter back then, and they were sealed by Lord Yenshin. It seems that the cracks in the Tiandang Mountains are sometimes strong and sometimes weak. There are no immortal state cultivators in the heavenly martial realm now, Yunxiao said. If the passage to the demonic realm is opened, and countless demonic lords descend, won't they be slaughtered by others? More or less, Lingmu Di said. So the passage must not be opened, and the seal of the Tiandang Mountains must not be broken. Yunxiao felt a headache coming on, and then he suddenly chuckled and said, It's fine even after 100,000 years, so it'll definitely be fine after a few hundred years. After I die, I'll leave it to my descendants to solve it. Hee. Descendant? Lingmu Di gave a faint smile. You're the master of the Divine Realm tablet. Back then, all the devil seals were broken. Is this a coincidence? Do you think it can be delayed for a few hundred years? Even so, Yunxiao said. Even if the sky falls, there are still tall people to hold it up. The saints and the Sea of Soul Formation will have to step up and take the blame, so it's not my place to worry. Haha, you have a good attitude, Lingmu Di said. Yunxiao felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he said, Then what do you think I should do? Suppress all of the Devil Master's clones, Lingmu Di said without hesitation. Suppressed? How are we going to suppress it? Yunxiao rolled his eyes at him and said, Don't forget that I still have a large amount of devil essence on me. Besides, I have sealed the escape passage of Devil Lord Pu in my body. By the way, what's the relationship between this Emperor Pu he? These two people are indeed interesting, Lingmu Di said. Back then, the Demon Master was known as the Emperor. He was invincible, and a large number of immortal state warriors from the heavenly martial realm fell. Later, for some unknown reason, the Emperor stayed in the realm of heavenly martial arts for a long time and actually developed a trace of kindness. Gradually, his personality began to split, and finally, half of his body was separated from his body, which became Pu. Yunxiao? Yunxiao asked, Luo, is this possible? Don't forget that the process of producing a demonic monarch is to continuously devour, Lingmu Di said. Only one fiend lord could be born from tens of thousands of fiends. I don't know how many demon monarchs there are in the entire demon realm, but I'm sure there won't be many. He continued. When Pu was separated, the two of them had very distinct personalities. One was good and the other was evil. They didn't like each other, so they fought in the realm of heavenly martial arts. At that time, Everyone was so happy that they couldn't wait for them to die together. However, the strength of the two was equal, and they fought for several years without a winner being determined. The entire realm of heavenly martial arts was destroyed. Moreover, during this period of time, the good and evil thoughts of the two people were not so extreme, and they began to develop towards normal development. Normal? Yunxiao asked in confusion. Even the emperor is not that evil, said Ling Mudi. The purist is not that kind. This way, there is no more obsession with opposing each other. As the fight went on, the two stopped. Later on, the two of them were defeated separately. D was too evil and was dismembered to be suppressed. PUZE was sealed in the southern region. In order to seal MOPU, the entire southern region's spiritual energy was sucked dry, which led to the current depletion of the southern region's spiritual energy. It was the most powerful region among the 4 regions back then. So, I can't go to the sealed land in the southern region? Yunxiao asked. He had an agreement with Yu Shengfeng and had originally planned to go to the sealed land of the southern domain. The seal can't be touched, Ling Mudi said with a frown. But what I don't understand is why your body would become a passage to the inside of the seal. Yunxiao was also puzzled. Since he had obtained the bloodline of the Bo family, the Ocean Emperor, the Demon Lord had appeared in his body. He was afraid that the Bo family had a great connection with him. Let's not talk about this for now, Ling Mudi said. Your top priority is to improve your strength. Even in the demon world, this rainbow rough stone was a rare treasure. Once it appeared, it would cause a bloody storm, and countless demon lords would fight for it. Since you've cultivated MO skills, you can make good use of them. The demonic nature of the rainbow stone is too strong, Yunxiao said in surprise. Even your excellency has been affected and can't control it, so how can I? That's because the rainbow stones that you and I have come into contact with are not pure, said Ling Mudi with a smile. They've long been contaminated by the Devil Lord. This is a pure raw stone, so you can use it without worry. He handed the raw stone over. Yunxiao took it and weighed it in his hand, then said, How do I use it? I can't possibly use it to smash people, right? You can refine it into a weapon that you can use, the Ling Mudi said. Its hardness is even comparable to divine steel. As for the ice fiend heart flame contained within it, as well as the terrifying power after devil essence is poured into it, there's no need for me to mention it. Yunxiao was taken aback for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. Refining this thing requires devil essence, said Ling Mudi. You can try. All right, he said. Yunxiao nodded. Ignoring the fact that he was still trapped in the array, he began to refine the stone with his fiend energy. He was a peak-level alchemist, so it was not difficult for him to make swords. When the demonic chi was poured into the stone, a power that made one's heart tremble was transmitted out. Under his gaze, there was a faint white heart flame beating inside the stone. Ling Mudi looked on quietly from the side. His face had returned to its usual calm expression. He told her everything about the demon world, as if he had passed on a responsibility from 100,000 years ago to the present. The corners of his mouth could not help but raise slightly. Yunxiao, on the other hand, was focused on tempering the sword. The rainbow stone seemed to be quite spiritual. When he poured his fiend energy into it, an extremely clear feeling emerged in his heart, as if he had been mentally refined. 3 days later, a long sword was flying in the air. A small white flower was printed on the body of the sword. The heart flame was faintly visible outside the sword, and the space within a few miles was shrouded in a heart-palpitating heat. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture with both hands in front of him. His golden skin was covered with pitch-black demonic patterns, which spread from his forehead to his heels. His eyes had also turned pure black, and circles of magatama appeared around them. He raised his hand and clenched his fist. The rainbow demon's sword spun in the air several times and then fell directly into his palm. Yunxiao looked down and saw a little white flower in his palm. As the demonic patterns on his body receded, the little white flower gradually turned transparent and disappeared. How is it? Asked Ling Mudi hurriedly. Yes. Yunxiao nodded. That's right. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Their figures gradually faded and suddenly appeared outside the divine realm tablet, in the array of the chaotic golden flag. The golden wave outside the great sorrow sunset cloud mirror was already surging violently, but it was still within a bearable range. The mirror's endurance seemed to be above Yunxiao's expectation. How long do we have to wait? Cheyu asked. In my opinion, we should act now. With our combined strength, there's no formation in this world that we can't break. Yunxiao looked at Ling Mudi, as if asking for his opinion. Let's do it, Ling Mudi said. The great sorrow sunset cloud mirror is an unparalleled treasure. God knows how long it will take for it to reach its limit. All right, Yunxiao nodded. Then, let's follow our previous arrangement and attack together. Everyone stood up in high spirits. They had been waiting here for several days and were already impatient. His aura burst out, forming streams of earth energy that shook outwards. The entire space was extremely unstable. They weren't the only ones getting impatient. In Hui and the others outside were also getting impatient. The ripples around the golden flag grew more and more rapid, showing no signs of disappearing. Moreover, Yin Hui and Jing Qi were both extraordinary saints and had a high understanding of the heavenly Tao. They always had a bad feeling lingering in their hearts. Jing Qi finally couldn't help but say, I don't want to wait any longer. Yin Hui, why don't you and I work together to break this golden flag? Then we can drag Li Yunxiao out and kill him. You're crazy. What? Ruo Long jumped in shock and said anxiously, if you guys help, you'll save his life. I didn't believe that this stupid flag could kill him, Jing Qi sneered. However, seeing that you all seem to be telling the truth, I decided to give it a try, but it's obviously impossible now. Ruo Long sneered. No, for as long as this lord can remember, no one has ever escaped from this flag. If you don't believe it, then why did you come to us? I won't let you touch this flag. Killing intent shot out from Jing Qi's eyes, causing Runtong and the others to take a few steps back in fear. They said furiously, what do you want to do? You can't do whatever you want, Jing Qi sneered. He rose into the air, and his thin, young face became ferocious. Livor mortis began to appear on his body. Stop! Yin Hui suddenly shouted. Look down. Something's changing. Everyone hurriedly looked down. The ripples around the golden flag of chaos were already unusually intense, and now they were boiling. The golden light waves not only surged along the sea, but also shook up into the sky. Ruo Long's expression changed drastically. She had never encountered such a situation before. She exclaimed, what's going on? The chaos golden flag suddenly emitted an intense golden light, and the body of the flag trembled violently. With a boom, the entire sea exploded. The boundless golden light was like a broken dam. The terrifying power spread out in all directions, and the seawater within a radius of several kilometers was instantly evaporated. The entire world was enveloped in a golden light, as if the sun had exploded. Boom, boom, boom. The dozens of powerhouses in the sky bore the brunt of the attack. A few of the powerhouses who had just stepped into the high-level martial supreme realm were instantly turned into ashes. Leap Sect also did not manage to dodge in time and was sent flying several thousand feet away. Half of his scales had fallen off, and his body was a bloody mess. His eyes were filled with fear. The two guards behind Ruo Long evaporated on the spot, and even the giant killer whale in the sea was crushed by the golden light. Its blood evaporated directly, and countless broken bones and flesh flew everywhere. What's going on? What's happening? Ruo Long cried out in fear. The golden light was so dazzling that he couldn't open his eyes and couldn't see the scene inside. Humph! What else can it be? As expected, that broken flag can't suppress Li Yunxiao. Jing Qi's cold voice was heard. Your mission is over. You can get lost. We still have to do it. The shock in Ruo Long's heart was even greater than the golden light. She wouldn't believe that someone could break the golden flag of chaos. But the explosion in front of her eyes was real. The golden light gradually dispersed, and through the glaring light, Ruo Long could vaguely see a row of people standing in the air above the sea. Each of them had a mocking expression on their faces as they crossed their arms in front of their chests, looking disdainful and mocking. It wasn't just Runtong. Even Jingqi and the others were shocked. He knew that these people were the experts of Yunxiao's saint artifact. Jingqi's pupils shrank and he stared at Cheiyu with coldness. In the 81 formations in the cloud layer, it was this person who had held him back, allowing him to rank fourth. His expression turned a little unsightly. Most of the people in front of him were peak 9-star experts, and the remaining few were high-level martial sovereigns. In Hui's expression was also grave. Fortunately, they had the advantage in numbers. Regardless of whether it was divine transcendence, peak martial sovereigns, or high-level martial sovereigns, they had the advantage in numbers. Master, who did you offend? Yunxiao summoned his 2 disciples as well. In the Divine Realm tablet, they were constantly tempered with heavenly materials and earthly treasures and all kinds of harsh environments. At this moment, both of them had stepped into the cultivation base of high-level martial sovereigns. Young Emperor Hao Lian thought that he would be able to show off his skills when he came out. However, his face turned green when he saw them. Other than the few 7-stars martial sovereigns he was talking about, the aura and might of these 40-odd people were all above his. Mo Xiaochuan was slightly stronger than Haolian Xiaohuang, but he was only a mid-stage 8-star martial emperor. He was also shocked. When he looked at the people around him, he was even more shocked. He didn't know when his master had recruited so many powerful companions. The 2 of them looked at each other. Other than a bitter smile, they felt a sense of urgency in their hearts. No wonder they hadn't seen their master summon them for a long time. It turned out that the difference in strength was too great. Shame flashed in their eyes. Naturally, Yunxiao could see their embarrassment. He smiled and said, "Don't belittle yourself. As long as you persevere and move forward, you'll be able to climb to the peak of this sky sooner or later." "Yes, I will follow Master's instructions." The 2 of them hurriedly saluted and humbly responded. "Your disciple?" Lingmu Di asked. "His talent isn't good, and it's already very good that he's been able to walk this far. However, he still has a lot of potential in the future." Xiaohuang Haolian raised his head and looked at Lingmu Di. Not only could he not see through the other party's strength, but he also could not see through the other party's age. He only felt that the other party was unusually young. "If there's a chance," Yunxiao said, "I hope Lord Mu Di can give them some guidance." "You're enough," Lingmu Di said with a smile. "If there's a chance, I will," he added. "Thank Lord Mu Di." Yunxiao was overjoyed. "Hurry up and thank Lord Mu Di." Both Mo Xiaochuan and Haolian Xiaohuang looked gloomy, and they did not know who the man in front of them was. But they did not dare to disobey Yunxiao's words, so they quickly bowed and said, "Many thanks, Lord Mu Di." They talked and laughed at ease, completely unconcerned about the crisis in front of them. This made Yin Hui, Jingqi, and the others' faces turn uglier and uglier, and their anger kept rising. "It's really a dream to have a saint artifact," Yin Hui said in the air. "You actually have so many experts hidden around you. But these are all your cards, right?" "Yes or no," Yunxiao said with a smile. "That's not the main point of the topic. The main point is that I think they're enough to deal with the current situation." His words were flawless, making Yin Hui extremely uneasy and uncomfortable. Although they had the advantage in numbers, if they were to really fight, it would definitely be earth-shattering, and it would probably be the most powerful battle that the secluded sects had faced in thousands of years. If the other party only had these people, they could still win in the end even if they suffered some heavy casualties. However, if these people were only the vanguard, then he didn't even dare to imagine what would happen next. If another group of such experts arrived at the end of the battle, not only would they be completely annihilated, but the other party would also go to the sect in anger and the sect would probably be annihilated as well. "Don't worry too much," Jingqi said. "These people are most likely all they have. There aren't many experts in the entire realm of heavenly martial arts, and it's already a miracle that these people have gathered here. It's impossible for there to be more hidden experts." Yunxiao smiled. Although Jingqi was right, as long as he did not make a statement, the other party would always have a grudge and fear. At this moment, only Yifan, Yuan Gaohan, Duan Yu, Yu Jilin, Ding Ling and Xiao Wu, who was the incarnation of the Kunwu divine tree, were left in the divine realm tablet. Duan Yu and Yu Jilin had just broken through to the initial stage martial emperor realm, and they were vulnerable here. Yi Fan had been in closed cultivation for a long time. There was no movement from him. Ding Ling strength was also slightly weaker, and she had not yet recovered from the grief. Although Yuan Gaohan's spiritual attacks were extremely powerful, his own strength and defense were extremely weak, so he didn't want him to take the risk. The remaining Lil Wu could only be treated as a pet and had no combat power at all. It could be said that all of Yunxiao's helpers had been revealed, and the life and death battle was about to begin. Although he had a frivolous expression on his face, he was extremely vigilant in his heart. In addition to the enemies in front of him, there was also the extremely powerful and unknown heavenly being. He did not know where he was or if he would make a move. The heaven experts wanted something from him to set up the 9 heavens 10 earths formation, and almost all of the Heaven Alliance's forces were deployed. They would most likely be in the vicinity and would definitely attack if the situation was not right. This was what he was most worried about. Although the people in front of him had the advantage in numbers, his side could still deal with them. That's probably the case. It's a pity that Mu Zhuang has a close relationship with this person. Otherwise, it would be foolproof if the Mu family sent more people here. Yin Hui said. Kill! Jing Qi shouted impatiently. Immediately, the people of the Sky Alliance took out their profound level weapons and cautiously pressed forward. Water Fairy! Yun Xiao called. Water Fairy! The water deity immediately understood and quickly formed a hand seal. A golden light appeared on her body, and she began to summon the deep-sea giant beast. Ruo Long and Ruo Zong were stunned from afar. They looked at water deity with confusion in their eyes. Leap Sek's body, which was covered in wounds, suddenly trembled, and he said in shock, Princess? She is the princess. Ruo Long also came to her senses. She had also seen a water fairy before, but she couldn't recall it at that moment. She immediately exclaimed, The Princess of the Four Seas. Yin Hui turned his head slightly and frowned. What do you mean? That woman is the Princess of the Four Seas, the daughter of the Ocean Emperor. You must not hurt her, Ruo Long hurriedly said. The people of the Heaven Alliance looked at Water Fairy in shock. Yin Hui was also stunned for a moment before saying, Don't hurt the girl, kill the rest. Just based on what you said today, Yun Xiao said coldly. I'll definitely destroy the Bai Luo sect. The coldness on his body followed the gaze, and Yin Hui couldn't help but tremble and feel a chill. Yin Hong's face was unusually serious. He knew that it was a life-or-death situation, and if he could not kill Yun Xiao, he would be in big trouble. His eyes darkened, and the cold killing intent in them seemed to be tangible and extremely firm. Old Dragon, Yun Xiao said, I'll leave Jing Qi to you. Sir Baiming Nan, I'll leave Yin Hui to you. Can you delay him for an hour? Don't worry, said Bei Xiaonan. Good, Yun Xiao said. Let the heaven-patrolling bulldog help you. The rest of you, follow me and clear out those minions. Everyone's heart trembled, and their blood boiled. More than 40 high-level martial sovereigns, 12 of whom were peak martial sovereigns, were just minions in Yun Xiao's eyes. He could not help but feel proud. At this moment, in the distant sky, following the summoning of the water deity, huge black shadows appeared continuously. One by one, the deep-sea giant beasts crossed over. What's that? Everyone's heart trembled as they looked over in horror. There were actually more than a dozen deep-sea giant beasts making strange gulu-gulu sounds. Ruo Long and Ruo Zong were dumbfounded. Their mouths were wide open, and cold sweat dripped from their temples. Kill the Sea Emperor's daughter as well. Jing Qi's face darkened as he shouted. His figure flashed and he flew over, wanting to kill the water deity. I dare not. Ruo Long let out a surprised roar. Her eyes were filled with anger as she transformed into a half-dragon body. It was extremely black as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws in the air. However, he was not strong enough, and he was far away, so he could not save her in time. The uncle and nephew were both shocked and furious. If the princess of the four seas was injured under their eyes, the responsibility was too great. The two also thought of how they had trapped Xianxia in the golden flag of chaos. Fortunately, the broken flag had escaped, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. Swish! The moment Jingqi moved, Che-Yu's figure also disappeared. He slashed his sword and split the sea and the sky. A figure flashed beside the crack, and Jingqi appeared. He stared at Che-Yu murderously and said, "That's good. We can settle all the scores from before." Che-Yu chuckled. "I was just playing with you before. This time I'll send you to the west." He held the sword with both hands and struck down in a triangular sword stance. Swish! The two huge sword forces intertwined in the air like an autumn wind blowing over the water surface, sweeping across the earth as if they were going to wipe out the dozens of people in front of them. So strong! Jingqi's heart sank. Just like what Che-Yu had said, when they were in the cloud formation, the other party did not attack seriously. He only kept interfering and disturbing Jingqi, not allowing him to break the formation. Now that the two swords had been slashed out, he clearly understood that this person's strength was not below his. He didn't dare to resist the power of the huge sword energy. His figure took a few steps on the surface of the sea and actually fled several miles away. He then roared and turned into a zombie, slapping down with the sharp blades in his hands. Boom! His hands shook on the spine of the sword, and the light of the sword burst out from Jingqi's body and rushed into the sky. Jingqi kept roaring in the sword energy. All the white hair on his body stood up, and his eyes were about to pop out. A golden light appeared behind him, and a golden coffin rose up. A ray of light shot out from the coffin and appeared in front of Che-Yu in an instant. It was the divine fiend corpse puppet. Its face was delicate and pretty, and it looked more like a human than Jingqi. Che-Yu also roared as he turned into a dragon and swept his tail over. Bang! When the dragon tail hit the palms of the other party, Che-Yu felt his tail go numb and the huge force collapsed. His body was directly blown away and he slid a few thousand feet in the air before he stopped. So strong! His heart trembled, and he became extremely vigilant. The power of this fiendish god corpse puppet was far above that of Jingqi. On the other side, Beifeng Nen also made his move. He and the heaven-patrolling bull attacked Yin Hong from the left and right. The two's characteristics were one steady and one floating, one slow and one fast. They were two completely different styles, but they were both powerful and each move was not sloppy. Moreover, they seemed to have a tacit understanding with each other, and their attacks were continuous, making up for each other's losses. Yin Hui was actually forced back by several moves, and his heart was filled with shock. In the distance, the people of the Sky Alliance saw that the two sect masters had made their move, and they also approached with killing intent. With their numbers and strength, it was enough to crush them like a chariot. The crowd was about to make a move, but Xianxia stopped them. Everyone was taken aback and could not help but look at him. Half of Xianxia's face had turned ferocious, covered in meridians, and his eyes were bloodshot, looking extremely terrifying. Under the gaze of that pair of eyes, the heavens and earth changed, even time and space. The expressions of the 40-odd people changed drastically. They could not see the sea or the sky at all. They were actually in a starry night without any light. Even his companions had disappeared. He was the only one left in the endless darkness of the universe. Everyone was on high alert, knowing that they had fallen into an illusion. Suddenly, a faint light lit up in the dark night. It was actually a star, flickering with a faint light and becoming stronger and stronger. That's Yingluo. The scene that everyone saw was the same, and one after another, their expressions changed. The starlight wasn't getting stronger and stronger, but because the stars were falling, getting closer and closer to them. It's just an illusion. Although everyone was nervous, they did not panic. Instead, they carefully attacked. In the eyes of Lingmu Di and the others, more than 40 people stopped in the air for a moment, and then Xiao threw the Tusada peak at them. At the same time, they attacked, and a brilliant light rushed up as all kinds of powerful moves were thrown out, shaking the sky and the sea. Lingmu Di's eyes were also shining. He knew the power of the Tusada peak. Boom! The Tusada heavenly peak finally fell into the 40-odd attacks, and a terrifying force was released. It was like a volcanic eruption or a meteorite falling into the ground. The entire space collapsed towards that point. Bang! 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 At the bottom of Tusada heavenly peak, a large number of light rays were constantly being blown away. They were all martial artists who were spitting out large mouthfuls of blood and were instantly seriously injured. There were even a few people who did not even have the luck to be sent flying right below the Tusada heavenly peak. Their entire bodies exploded with crackling sounds, turning into dust. Wow, wow, that's so satisfying. One smash and a piece. The evil spirit shouted happily and clapped his hands. Again, again! It's satisfying to watch. The members of the Heaven Alliance turned pale and were terrified. The battle had not even started, but their own people were either injured or dead. How could they fight? Yunxiao summoned Tusada heavenly peak back with an incantation gesture. His face was pale as he exhaled and said, "Let's go!" An illusion technique that trapped so many experts had almost exhausted his essence, chi, and spirit. At this moment, his head was a little dizzy, but the results were also very gratifying. The evil spirit and the others rushed forward instantly. There were humans, demons, beasts, and puppets. All of them looked ferocious. Their auras exploded and shook the world. It was the complete opposite of the Heaven Alliance's defeat. The people of the Sky Alliance were all terrified. They felt a chill in their hearts. Their powerful formation had been defeated by someone else in one blow. Now, their momentum was rising and falling. Someone actually wanted to escape. Don't be afraid. We still have the absolute advantage. A peak 9-star expert from the Heaven Alliance roared, and everyone's momentum immediately recovered. Although there weren't many battles in the hidden sects, those who could cultivate to this level were all people with excellent talent and determination. Someone raised his arm and shouted. He immediately calmed down and went up to the crowd. The Dark Thunder was at the forefront. All of its golden fur stood on end as it transformed into a bolt of golden lightning that swept forth like a dark cloud. Spirit beasts of the 5 elements? A purple-robed elder cried out in alarm. His sword-like eyebrows shot up, and a huge sword energy condensed in his hands and shot into the sky. Chi-la! The entire sky and the lightning were split in half, and the power of the sword energy didn't reduce as it slashed into the crowd. Scatter! Go! The minister shouted, and countless golden lights emerged from his body. His figure disappeared into the sword force in a flash, and he rushed forward. The power of the sword energy was extremely strong. After several figures rushed out, there were still a few people who could not dodge in time. Mo Xiaochuan, Xiaohuang Haolian, and the transformation cultivator all turned pale. The power of that sword had sealed off the entire world. With their cultivation, there was no way they could have escaped. A burly figure took a step forward. The gourd little King Kong roared, and its metal body expanded a little. Suddenly punched out. Bang! A loud metallic sound rang out, and the sword force shattered instantly, turning into a powerful sea of sword chi that swept across the land. The calabash little King Kong was knocked back several hundred feet, and circles of sword patterns were still shooting out of its raised fist in the air. Mo Xiaochuan and the others managed to survive the attack. Their faces turned pale as they split up and charged at the enemies who were of similar strength to them. At the same time, black lights flew down from the sky and entered the battle. Bang! 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 The deep-sea giant beasts had locked onto all the people of the Heaven Alliance through the water fairy's senses. Every black light was extremely accurate, and a few weaker martial artists were directly hit and shattered into pieces. With the addition of more than 10 deep-sea monsters, the balance was immediately tilted. Although they were still at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, their high-end combat power had reversed the situation. Although the deep-sea giant beasts' attacks were slow and each move took a long time to prepare, they were powerful. The most terrible thing was that these giant beasts were far above the sea and the people of the Heaven Alliance could not hit them at all. They could only dodge. The entire sky was in a mess. Thousands of sword chi and fist lights shot out, and there were also black lights that burst into the sky. Circles of spiritual pressure surged in all directions. The seawater within hundreds of miles was evaporated, and all the marine races were crushed. Xianxia sat cross-legged above the sea and the sky, observing the battle while regulating his breath. With the help of more than 10 deep-sea monsters, his people were safe. As long as they could hold on for a while, the balance would be in their favor. The battle between peak-stage martial sovereigns was earth-shattering. Although they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers and looked like they were being abused, it was fortunate that the gourd little guardian deity, the officials, the evil spirit, and the dark thunder were all very durable. Their defenses were several times stronger than their opponents, and some of them were even impossible to kill. The members of the Heaven Alliance below the peak Martial Emperor realm were killed one by one, especially the martial artists below the 9-star Martial Emperor realm. 3 realm-breaking black lights were their limit. Most of them were killed by the second attack. Eh? Ling Mudi suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He stared at the sword in Mo Xiaochuan's hand and said, Tiangang Devil Rinsing? He is actually a descendant of Mo Jingzhou? Mo? Yunxiao's heart trembled. My disciple's surname is Mo, no wonder, Ling Mudi said. Only the blood of the Mo family can drive this Tiangang demon-destroying sword. However, I can see that his strength is insufficient, and he can't unleash the full power of the sword. My lord, Yunxiao said, are you referring to the spirit of the sword, the half-broken soul of the true spirit swallowing the sky? Half a remnant soul? Had the soul of the true spirit devouring the heavens also been scattered? Back then, it was a complete sky-devouring soul. This sword was famous back then. Ling Mudi said. Yunxiao pondered for a moment, then told him about the sword, including how Mo Xiaochuan had produced the heaven-devouring sword spirit after he was possessed by the man in the sword. If that's the case, Ling Mudi muttered, the person attached to this sword is most likely your disciple's ancestor. I wonder if it's Mo Jingzhou. Yunxiao hurriedly called Mo Xiaochuan back. In any case, it did not make much of a difference whether he was there or not in this chaotic battle. Show your sword to Lord Mudi. Mo Xiaochuan looked puzzled, but he still handed the sword over with both hands. Ling Mudi took the sword and examined it carefully. It's indeed Tiangang demon-slaying sword. This sword was forged by several alchemy masters for demon-slaying, and hundreds of precious raw materials have long gone extinct. He cast several incantation seals on the sword in succession. The sword suddenly became bright, and runes popped out from it. Mo Xiaochuan was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was shocked that not only was Ling Mudi familiar with the origin of this sword, but he was also able to easily stimulate the will of the sword. This was not something that he could easily do even when he used himself as the sword sheath to nurture the sword. No wonder Master is so respectful to this person. It seems that this person does have a background. Mo Xiaochuan thought to himself. After the circles of runes surged on the Tiangang demon-slaying sword, a faintly visible human figure slowly appeared. Mo Xiaochuan's bell-like eyes widened even more. Even if he wanted to contact the old man of swords, he had no way of doing so. He did not expect that Ling Mudi would be able to get him out so easily. The figure on the sword seemed a little impatient and said, What is it? Mo Xiaochuan replied awkwardly, Senior, please do not do that. The figure seemed to be drowsy. He opened his eyes and was stunned. After staring at the Lingmu flute for a while, he suddenly trembled and cried out, You are the king of the north, Lord Mudi. Ling Mudi laughed. Haha, it's Mo Jingzhou indeed. You're not dead yet either. The remnant soul was stunned for a moment. It looked at Mo Xiaochuan, then at Yunxiao and then said, My lord, how could you not have died? Mo Xiaochuan's body trembled. He was all too familiar with the name Mo Jingzhou. He was the name of the first-generation ancestor of the Mo clan in Black Iron City, and his name was placed at the top of the ancestral shrine tablet. What shocked him even more was that even an ancestor like him was so respectful to this person. It's a long story, Ling Mudi said. I'm really emotional to be able to see the person from back then. I can see that your soul power is dim and erratic. I'm afraid you can't hold on for long. The remnant soul glanced at Mo Xiaochuan and smiled bitterly. Fortunately, there's finally someone in the Mo family who can inherit this sword. I've recently learned a set of soul-refining techniques, Ling Moody said. It might be useful to you. Darren's soul-refining technique must be extremely brilliant, Mo Jingzhou said in surprise. I'm afraid you can't leave the sword in your current state, said Ling Moody. I'll find a way to get you out after the battle. Mo Jingzhou was pleasantly surprised as he said, Thank you, my lord. Mo Jingzhou was so excited that he found it hard to support himself. He had thought that he was the only one left after 100,000 years and did not want to see his old comrades. Furthermore, he could extend his remnant soul and escape the restraints of the Tiangang demon-shaking sword. For a moment, he was at a loss and floated around the sword. Killing enemies now, laughed Ling Moody. If you have extra energy, kill a few more. Yes, yes, my lord. Mo Jingzhou was extremely excited and his eyes flashed with a glint as he said, Xiaochuan, open up your spiritual altar and sea of consciousness. Let me control your body. Mo Xiaochuan hurriedly did as he was told. This old man had been waking up from time to give him pointers on his martial arts cultivation. They were both teacher and friend to begin with, but now that he knew that he was his ancestor, he did not dare to disobey him. The moment Mo Jingzhou entered his body, Mo Xiaochuan's entire aura underwent a tremendous change. Haha, I haven't been this happy for a long time. This time, I must kill to my heart's content. Mo Xiaochuan laughed heartily. He gripped the Tiangang devil-rinsing sword in his right hand, and a vast and mighty force immediately gushed out. His eyes turned and he said in surprise, It's Baiming Nan, and Lord, your green bull. Hot blood coursed through his body, and he could not help but tear up. Mo Xiaochuan wiped his tears away, laughed wildly, and charged into the battle. A terrifying aura rose from the sword and turned into a giant beast in the sky. The more the Sky Alliance fought, the more frightened they became. They had been fighting for a long time and were constantly anxious. Now there was a madman. What was even more frightening was the sword power. It was vast and mighty, like an ancient fierce beast descending. It made them shudder. Many members of the Sky Alliance peeked into the distance anxiously. Although the two divine transcendence sect masters had a slight advantage, they were completely entangled and could not separate at all. Beifeng Nan and Yin Hui were fighting with their swords. Their figures were almost unrecognizable, and only the shadows of their swords could be seen shooting out. Even the sky-patrolling bull couldn't interfere. It could only step on the ground and form a green net, which radiated out and affected Yin Hui to a certain extent. The more Yin Hui fought, the more shocked he became. Although his opponent's power was suppressed by him, under the sky full of sword chi, his opponent's body had already been slashed hundreds of times. He was covered in wounds, but he didn't die. Even though his face had been pierced by a sword and there was not a single drop of blood, his fighting spirit did not diminish and he continued to slash out sword after sword. What made him even more shocked was that under Bei Xiaonan's sword light, there was a beautiful green light every time. It was very beautiful. However, the intuition of a martial artist made him feel a burst of fear. He only felt that the green light was more dangerous than the sword chi, so he did not dare to touch it rashly. Moreover, although the heaven-patrolling bull seemed to be roaring stupidly by the side, it had actually affected him greatly. Every time it was about to unleash its full power to kill Beifeng Nan, the bull would rush up. Both of them had almost undying bodies, and they were also afraid of the green light. After thousands of moves, they became stuck in a stalemate. On the other side, Che Yu wasn't so lucky. He was forced into a corner by Jing Qi and the fiendish god corpse puppet and became weaker and weaker as they fought. If not for the strength of his true dragon celestial body, he would have been killed long ago. Even so, the dragon scales on his body began to show spots of livor mortis and expanded. I'll fight it out with you two zombies. Che Yu only felt extremely aggrieved. In his anger, he slashed out thousand-fold peak and non-falling dust. The two boundless sword essences were pushed out. Jing Qi and the fiendish god corpse puppet both retreated. Under the power of the two swords, Even the two of them did not dare to resist. However, after Che Yu's dual swords were slashed out, his momentum immediately weakened and he gasped for breath. Even the poison on his dragon scales could no longer be suppressed and started to spread faster. "Please stay back, my lord," Xianxia said in a hurry. "I'll go and give me a hand." "No," Lingmu Di said. "You should stay back. I'll go help him." Xianxia was taken aback for a moment, and then his eyes flickered with surprise. After all, with Lingmu Di's status, he was rarely willing to fight. "You're the commander," Lingmu Di said with a smile. In a flash, he rushed into the battle and appeared directly behind the divine fiend corpse puppet. He struck out with his palm. Under the palm, a nebula appeared. The stars were like an endless starry sky. The divine fiend corpse puppet hurriedly turned around and spat out a ball of white gas. It also struck out with its palms. Bang! The two palm forces trembled, and the two were forced back by each other. The white poisonous gas also spread out and covered the Lingmu flute. However, it was all in vain. Lingmu Di walked out of the white smoke, his body covered in livor mortis. He flicked his finger lightly on his body, and the livor mortis disappeared. Jing Qi's expression changed drastically, and he looked extremely shocked. The fiendish god corpse puppet didn't have much spiritual sense, but its pupils also shrank. Apart from Yunxiao's fiend energy, he had never seen anyone who could contend with Jusha Xuanyu. Even Yunxiao could only compete with Jing Qi's secondary poison guidance, while the divine fiend corpse puppet was a pure poison of 5 major extinctions. Che Yu's dragon scales were 10th level true spirit items, but they had already been corroded by the dove sand profound feathers to the point that they were unrecognizable. Yet, this person in front of him had flicked them off like dust. "Who are you?" Jing Qi asked in horror. Lingmu Di laughed but didn't say anything. Once again, he struck his palm toward the fiendish god corpse puppet. Bang! The two of them exchanged another palm strike and were both jolted away at the same time. They seemed to be evenly matched. Lingmu Di's body was once again stained with livor mortis, but he still flicked away with a chuckle. Jing Qi was horrified. He knew that this was not a coincidence, but that Jusha Xuanyu really couldn't do anything to him. He took a look at Che Yu in the distance, and his face darkened as he attacked the Lingmu flute. Che Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was about to attack again with his swords when he heard Yunxiao's voice transmission. "You're already poisoned. Come back and suppress the poison. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble." He pondered for a while and saw that Lingmu Di was also being beaten by the two. But his body was so hard that Jing Qi couldn't break it no matter how hard he attacked. With a light snort, he put away the swords and flew back to Yunxiao's side, then sat down cross-legged and began to heal his wounds. "How is it?" Yunxiao asked with concern. "They're all on the dragon scales," Che Yu said. "I didn't expect the poison to be so strong. These scales are the secret treasures of the dragon race, passed down from the 10 directions divine realms dragon race. That's the 5 major poisons of extinction," Yunxiao said. "Even an immortal state warrior will die if he touches it. You must be careful not to get it into your body." "Don't worry," Che Yu said. "My dragon breath is no weaker than your mana. It's not hard to remove the poison. It just needs a lot of time. Alas, it's a pity that we didn't find the dragon crystal in the secret treasure. Otherwise, I could have recovered instantly and killed those 2 zombies." Yunxiao's brows furrowed slightly as he said, "Don't talk anymore. Just recuperate in peace." His eyes were fixed on the battlefield the whole time. Lingmu Di's strength was not much different from Che Yu's, but he relied on his comprehension of the divine path and his immortal body. Although he was also being beaten, he still managed to hold back Jing Qi and the divine fiend corpse puppet easily. Most of the Heaven Alliance members felt like they were about to break down. They did not know what kind of enemy they had encountered, and the shadow in their hearts could not be calculated. Lingmu Di, Beifeng Nan, Sky Patrolling Bull, Crocodile, Evil Spirit, Dark Thunder, Calabash Little Vajra. These were all unkillable by it. Yunxiao glanced at the huge existences standing in the clouds in the distance. The key to victory and defeat in this battle was these deep-sea giant beasts. The world-breaking black light that they spat out into the battle circle constantly tilted the balance. The water deity sat cross-legged in the air, her hands forming a seal as her body glowed with golden light. She was only acting as a bridge to lock onto the Heaven Alliance members so that the deep-sea giant beast's attack would not miss. Ruo Long and her nephew were already dumbfounded, their bodies covered in cold sweat. Such an unprecedented battle involved so many powerful experts that it was unheard of. The two of them did not dare to get close to the battle circle to avoid being caught up in it. Although Xianxia did not move, his divine sense had covered the entire battlefield, because the chief conspirator of the entire battle, the Celestial, had not appeared yet. It was impossible for him not to come when a heaven expert had set up such a formation to kill him. Suddenly, his divine sense moved and he turned his head back. He saw that a person had silently appeared beside water deity. That person was wearing a 100-flower butterfly dress. She had a delicate face and a cute image. It was Xiaohong. No one knew when she had appeared beside water deity. The water deity was still forming hand seals with both hands, but she did not notice. Xianxia trembled and cried out in surprise. "Little Red, what are you doing?" This stern shout immediately jolted the water deity out of her meditative state. "Big brother, I can't let her summon those monsters. Otherwise everyone will die," Xiaohong said. She raised her hand and clenched it into a fist. White light flickered on it. Xianxia was shocked. The white light was the light of the ice fiend heart flame. His heart suddenly sank as he said anxiously, "Xiaohong, stop. The people from the J-Drop sect are all bad people. After Big Brother kills them, Xiaohong will leave with Big Brother." Xiaohong shook her head. "The sect master is not a bad person. This woman is. She summoned a monster to kill the people of the Bai Luo sect. I'm going to kill her. Stop." Xianxia was horrified, and he hurriedly teleported away. However, Xiaohong's fist was even faster. Water deity was unconvinced and said angrily, "You wretched girl, you dare to say you want to kill me? This princess should be the one killing you." Her body glowed with a golden light, and the sea god set immediately appeared on her body. She grabbed the golden greatsword and slashed down. The 8 distresses sword essence was vast and countless golden sword talismans flew up. Life, old age, illness, death, meeting of resentment, separation of love, unable to get what you want, the accumulation of the 5. Boom! The sword essence condensed into a sword aura and fiercely slashed at the white light on Xiaohong's fist. It stagnated for a moment before suddenly exploding. Bang! The boundless sword energy turned into sword chi and shot in all directions. It was like a broken ball, deflating. The water deity was shocked and her body trembled. A sense of danger emerged in her heart. However, it was too late. Xiaohong's tender fist had already come down, and a small white flower bloomed in front of him. Boom! The golden light that filled the sky was swallowed by the white light. A huge flower was transparent and flawless like a crystal. A streak of golden blood sprayed out from the sky. The water deity, who was wearing a white dress, fell into the distance like a withered flower. Xianxia teleported into the air and hurriedly chased after her, pulling her into his arms. Her breathing was extremely weak, and a golden lotus flower flickered on her forehead. It was the lotus seat of Buddha that automatically protected its master. Otherwise, he would have died from the attack just now. Xianxia was both shocked and angry. He hurriedly put the water fairy back into the divine realm tablet. As long as she was still alive, she could probably recover with the power of the lotus throne. It was just a matter of time. Junior sister. The chemical cultivator in the distance also realized that something was wrong. He roared and quickly left his opponent, flying over like a stream of light. Ruo Long and her nephew were also frightened. They no longer cared about being affected and instantly flew over, saying in shock, "How's Her Highness the Princess?" "He's not dead," Xianxia snapped. "He's not dead." Only then did the 3 of them heave a sigh of relief. Their suspended hearts were slightly relieved, but they were still covered in cold sweat and extremely afraid. As soon as water deity was injured, The deep-sea monsters in the sky started to cry out loudly and started to lose control. After losing the attack of the realm-breaking black light, the members of the Heaven Alliance were overjoyed. All of a sudden, all of their grievances and anger burst out and they fought with all their might. The people on Yunxiao's side immediately felt the pressure increase. Haolian Xiaohuang was the weakest among them, and he had been beaten so badly that he was coughing up blood and even losing his mind. Mo Xiaochuan had a grave expression on his face. He pushed his opponent away with his sword and hurriedly supported him. "Let's go," he said. The two of them turned into a stream of light and flew toward Yunxiao. The pressure on the rest of the people increased even more. Their eyes turned red from the killing and they began to retreat. "Big brother, that woman is a bad woman. Don't save her," Xiaohong said. Yunxiao's face was dark as he said coldly, "Xiaohong, Big brother came to the Bai Luo sect to take you away. Come back with me." He stretched out his hand. Xiaohong shook her head. "I'm not leaving. I want to stay in the Azure Heaven sect. The sect master has been very good to me. Don't you want to drive out the bad guys in your body?" Yun Xiao asked. "Xiaohong, don't you want to drive out the bad guys? Big brother will have a way." Xiaohong's body trembled slightly before she shook her head. "Big brother, don't lie to Xiaohong. You can't drive away bad people. Xiaohong has a feeling that the bad guy was originally in Xiaohong's body. I was originally with that bad guy." Yun Xiao was a little surprised. "You have a Nihong body, and the bad guy used to live in it," he said hurriedly. "But now this body belongs to Xiaohong, not the bad guy." Xiaohong's eyes were filled with confusion as she said, "Is that really the case?" "It's true." Yun Xiao nodded firmly and stepped forward. He extended his right hand to Xiaohong and said, "Let's go with Big Brother?" A pained expression appeared on Xiaohong's face, and his body trembled violently as if he was struggling internally. But he still raised his trembling hand and put it on Yun Xiao's big hand, his eyes full of hope. "Pa!" Suddenly, her delicate little hand turned into an eagle's claw and grabbed Yun Xiao's palm. "Little Red, you're so stubborn." Yun Xiao was taken aback, and he immediately became alert. Xiaohong's body stopped trembling, and his face returned to its calm state. His body flickered with a scorching light, which was the light of the heart flame. "Big brother, Xiaohong won't leave. Leave the magic stone behind and leave." "Little Red, is the current you really you?" Yun Xiao was shocked. Xiaohong's face was calm, and it did not look like she was occupied by Di. Her eyes were as clear as water, but a little more cold and indifferent, which made Yun Xiao feel a little strange, even dangerous. "I'm really Little Red now," Little Red said. Yun Xiao's heart kept sinking as he said, "Little Red, you've already started to be influenced by bad people and have changed your personality. Hurry up and follow Big Brother." "Really? But Little Red can't turn back now." "What?" Yun Xiao was startled, and a sense of extreme danger welled up in his heart. Xiaohong's eyes glowed with a strange light, and her face seemed to have changed. She performed an incantation gesture with her left hand and slapped it directly at Yun Xiao's chest. Then, a calm and fierce voice rang out. "Since Big Brother is not willing to hand over the magic crystals, then I can only come and get them myself." "You can't." Xiaohong's face contorted as she struck out with her palm, and a pure and innocent scream escaped her mouth. It was as if two souls were struggling. "There's nothing wrong with that. You can't turn back anymore. Kill him." Xiaohong's eyes turned mournful as the sharp voice rang out. Yun Xiao was shocked. He was sure that the two voices belonged to Xiaohong, but the two obsessions were fighting. Finally, the fierce obsession gained the upper hand. Boundless killing intent shot out from his eyes, and a palm came down with irresistible force. "This power is overwhelming." Yun Xiao's body trembled. The palm contained boundless demonic energy, and its power was no less than Diye's strike in the cloud array that day. His mind moved like lightning, and he seemed to understand many things in an instant. Why did Diye fail to obtain this body? Turned out that Xiaohong had two obsessions, one strong and one weak. Diye had lost to the strong obsession in front of him, Perhaps the Rainbow Stone Spirit only had a single thought back then, and it was possible that another Rainbow Stone Spirit would be born after absorbing the Agarine. Since Di could use the Rainbow Body could also borrow Di's power. That terrifying feeling of vastness was only a few inches away from him. Time didn't allow him to think any further. Every pore on his body opened up in an instant. Under the terrifying palm, endless demonic chi gushed out of his body and formed an armor in front of him. Boom! However, it was of no use. The Devil Sky Silk exploded instantly. In his horror, Xianxia had no time to waste, so he threw out a Vajra fist. Bang! The fist force was completely shattered by the palm. His entire arm was shining with a golden light, as if a sharp blade had cut through metal. The skin on his arm was rolling like waves, and the bones inside were broken. Blood was flowing down his arm. Xiaohong's lips curled into a cold smile as he continued to punch down. Big brother, farewell. Xiaohong will always remember how well Big Brother treats me. The chemical elementalists, Ruo Long, and the others beside him were shocked beyond words. They were all pushed back a few thousand feet by this terrifying force. Mo Xiaochuan and Hao Huang were also shocked. They could not even get close to the wave of fists. Suddenly, 12 beams of golden light flew out of Yunxiao's chest, forming a nebula in front of him like golden chains, flickering as if they were real. Boom! When the huge palm strike hit the barrier, the golden light flickered and trembled violently. What? The two of them exclaimed at the same time, their expressions changing drastically. Yunxiao's pupils constricted, and he broke out in a cold sweat after escaping from death. He could no longer care about his past relationship with Xiaohong. He immediately withdrew his left hand from Xiaohong's palm and his 5 fingers grabbed downwards. The Tusada Peak immediately flew out and smashed forward. Boom, boom, boom. The Tusada Peak continued to roll, and the entire space spun as it did, like a top. Xiaohong knew how powerful this move was, so he retracted his palm and flew back 1,000 feet in a flash, standing in the air. The nomological light in front of Yunxiao returned to his body again, but its power was greatly reduced. A bad feeling spread in his heart, as if the aura of the Devil Lord Piyu was coming from an infinite distance. Everyone was shocked by this shocking turn of events. The faces of Lingmu Di and the others changed drastically, and they flew back to Yunxiao's side after pushing back the strong enemies. The people of the Sky Alliance were in high spirits and shouted, wanting to charge forward. Xiaohong's eyes turned cold as she said, "Everyone, stop." Although her voice was soft, it had an irresistible force. All the members of the Sky Alliance stopped and looked at Xiaohong in shock. They didn't understand why they would listen to this girl, and they didn't understand why this girl's aura had changed. Even Jing Qi and Yin Hui were shocked. They flew to Xiaohong's side. Yin Hui said awkwardly, "Little Red, you're embarrassed." Xiaohong placed her hands behind her back and a cold smile appeared on her face. "Yin Hui, Jing Qi, don't you two recognize me?" The two of them trembled and revealed expressions of disbelief. Yin Hui even cried out, You're Xuanji." Jing Qi's expression turned serious. Although he was extremely shocked, he was convinced. He immediately cupped his fists and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Excellency." Countless gasps rang out. Not only the members of the Heaven Alliance, but even Yunxiao and the others were shocked, and their minds went blank. Xiaohong was actually a heaven tier. Yin Hui seemed to have understood something and hurriedly said, "Yin Hui greets Your Excellency." Now no one had any more doubts. The members of the Heaven Alliance came back to their senses from the shock and all bowed from afar. Yunxiao's face was extremely pale, and the sound of bones cracking kept coming from his right hand. He was circulating his primordial art and recovering at an extremely fast speed. Everyone's expression was extremely grave, knowing that they were in great danger. Xiaohong's expression was cold as she stood with her hands behind her back. "Everyone, you've worked hard." Everyone suppressed the shock in their hearts and hurriedly said, "It's not hard at all. Thank you for your hard work, Your Excellency." "Lord Skyrealm, you must be joking with me," Yin Hui said with a bitter smile. I deigned to participate in the martial arts competition, Xiaohong said. I had my own reasons for doing so, but I still gained nothing. I don't think so, Inhui said. Didn't you get the ethereal mystical book? You mean this piece of trash? Xiaohong took out an item. Everyone was speechless, and their eyes almost popped out. A treasure that might be comparable to the tyrant body tempering technique was actually called trash. Inhui also swallowed with difficulty, his face helpless. None of them had ever seen this heaven expert before, and they had only been subdued by his powerful strength. They didn't expect it to be the obedient child Xiaohong who followed him every day. Xiaohong threw the book to Inhui and said, "Since you like it, I'll give this piece of trash to you. Treat it as a reward for helping me during this period of time." Inhui was overjoyed and hurriedly received it, saying, "Thank you, Your Excellency." Everyone's eyes turned red, but they didn't dare to say anything. Only then did Xiaohong cast her gaze into the distance and said, "Big brother Yunxiao, although you know my identity, I don't want to kill you because of our old friendship. As long as you hand over the magic crystals, you can leave." The people of the Heaven Alliance were taken aback. They had thought that the Heaven expert had killed Yunxiao for the holy artifact, but it turned out to be for the demon stone. Could it be that the demon stone was even more valuable than the holy artifact? "Lord Heavenly Expert, we can't let this person go," Inhui hurriedly said. "Today we have forced him to the end of his rope, so we must kill him. Otherwise, if he takes revenge in the future, we won't be able to take it." Everyone had a look of agreement. "That's difficult, big brother. What do you think we should do?" Xiaohong asked. "My subordinates are all here to kill you." "You're all adults," Yunxiao said with a sneer. "Let's not talk about peak experts, right?" They actually listened to the words of an underaged little girl. TSK, a hidden aristocratic family. The more hidden they are, the more promising they are. The members of the Sky Alliance blushed instantly and lowered their heads. "Hee hee." Xiaohong laughed and said, "Big brother, you're so bad. Why did you provoke the Heaven Alliance? In this world, one only cares about one's fist, not one's background. Big brother isn't that old. But there are still so many old guys following you." Lingmu Di and the others were all speechless. "Xiaohong," Yunxiao sighed. "I've always been touched by the fact that you gave up your body for me on the East Sea. I'm very sad that we've become mortal enemies after so many years." Xiaohong also sighed. "The world is like a game of chess. Who can control the entire universe?" Back in Haitian Town, in order to protect me, Big Brother didn't hesitate to go against the entire East Sea. Xiaohong also felt warm and fuzzy. Later on, Di seized my body, but in the end it benefited me. The heavenly Tao's creation is so wondrous. "Xiaohong," Yunxiao said, "no matter what you think at this moment, I'm very happy that you are not controlled by Di. Instead, you have grown up." Xiaohong smiled and said, "I'm also very happy to be able to stand here and have a heart-to-heart talk with Big Brother. It's a pity that our paths are different. If Big Brother is willing to hand over the Demon Stones and join the Heaven Alliance, I'm willing to treat you as the Vice Alliance Master." As soon as he said that, the people of the Sky Alliance were all shocked. Jingqi and Inhui were very unhappy, and their faces darkened. "As you said just now," Yunxiao said, "our paths are different." "What a pity," Xiaohong said. "Because of Big Brother's obsession, so many friends are going to die with you." Che Yu had been recuperating, but he could not help but curse. "Die your sister. If you want to fight, just fight. I don't know who will die." Everyone's faces were also filled with determination, as if they were fighting to the death, not afraid of death. "What?" Yunxiao frowned and said, "Xiaohong, your purpose is only for the demon stones. To avoid hurting others, why don't you and I have a bet?" "Eh? What kind of bet?" "Lord Sky Realm, please don't listen to him," Inhui hurriedly said. At this moment, he must be trying to trick Darren by all means to find a way to escape. Now that we've gained the upper hand, we should eliminate them in one go. "Do you think I'm so easily fooled?" Xiaohong said coldly. Inhui was speechless and didn't know what to say. "You have the upper hand?" Yunxiao sneered. Lord Inhui really has a good sense of self-confidence. Everyone listen up. If there's a chaotic battle later, don't care about anything and use all your strength to kill Lord Inhui. Yes, kill. Everyone shouted in unison. They were all filled with killing intent and glared at Inhui. Inhui jumped in fright, his face instantly turning pale. If these people were to recklessly charge at him, he would most likely die here. He immediately felt extremely depressed and sullen, not daring to say another word. Hee. Big brother is so interesting. Tell me about your bet. Xiao Hong laughed hysterically. It's very simple, Yun Xiao said. We'll decide it with a martial arts duel. Each side will send 7 people up, and the winner will be the one who wins 4 matches. If you win, I'll hand over the demon stones and join the Heaven Alliance. If I win, we'll go our separate ways and go home. Ling Mu Di and the others were full of praise. If they sent out 7 people, they would have a high chance of winning 4 rounds. Hee. Big brother is a bully. I don't even know what your friends are made of. Xiao Hong laughed. They can't be killed no matter how I beat them up. Big brother is trying to trick me. What do you think? Yun Xiao asked. What do you think? Let's make it simple, Xiao Hong said. 1-on-1. Send one of you to fight me. Yun Xiao's face darkened. This is not a matter between 2 people but between 2 teams. How can it be a simple 1-on-1 fight? He said. At the very least, it'll be a 5-on-5. Little Red tilted her head and thought for a moment. That's too troublesome. Let's make it a 3-on-3. I just need to win too. Yun Xiao's pupils constricted. If he had to fight Xiao Hong directly, he would basically have no chance of winning. But if it was a 3-on-3 battle, Jing Qi and Inhui would have to be the opponents, so he still had a chance of winning. But, can Jing Qi bring the zombie with him if he goes up? He asked with a frown. Jing Qi sneered. Of course I'll bring it along. This fiendish corpse puppet has long been connected to my mind. It's just like the MU clan's puppet. Don't the MU clan people bring their puppets to the battle? All right. Yun Xiao nodded and said, in that case, let's have a 3-on-3 fight. Jing Qi was taken aback. He had thought that the other party would definitely refute him, but he didn't expect him to agree so readily. Even Xiao Hong was taken aback. She asked for confirmation. Jing Qi and the corpse puppet have always fought side by side, so they can only be considered one person. I understand, Yun Xiao said. Let's get started. Xiao Hong frowned and looked at the 2 of them. Who's up? I'll do it. Jing Qi stood up and said. The fiendish god corpse puppet also appeared behind him, and the 2 of them walked to the front at the same time. Jing Qi sneered and said, Who's next? Ling Mu Di walked out on the spot and said, It's me, he said. Jing Qi's heart sank. This man was not afraid of his Jiusha Xuanyu, which was indeed a bit tricky. But as long as he had enough time, it would be very easy to suppress him. Ling Mu Di waved his hand again, and with a swoosh, the sky-patrolling bull also walked up. He said, This is my mount. Member of the Heaven Alliance. Wufu, this bull is clearly a puppet. Jing Qi said angrily, How can it be a mount? This puppet is indeed my mount, said Ling Mu Di. Even if it is a puppet, so what? You can bring the zombie, but I can't bring the puppet? All the members of the Heaven Alliance were shocked. Xiao Hong's gaze swept across the gored little King Kong, the crocodile, and the dark thunder. It seemed to have thought of something, and its expression turned unsightly. Yun Xiao smiled and admitted it directly. Big brother is both a beast tamer and a puppeteer, so let me fight Lord Inhui in the next round. Inhui's face turned pale. Although he was a divine transcendence expert, he would be defeated by these 4 people. He, Che Yu, evil spirit, and the others couldn't help but laugh sinisterly, as if they had succeeded. Chen Yuyu and the others also smiled and didn't say anything. This way, their chances of winning increased greatly. Although Xiao Hong's face was pale, she was still calm. Jing Qi, how is it? Anger flashed across Jing Qi's face, but then he sneered and said coldly, Don't worry, Your Excellency. I will definitely win this battle. Everyone found it strange, and even Yun Xiao frowned. With the Lingmu flute and the heaven patrolling bull, they should be able to compete with Jingqi and the fiendish zombie. Even if they could not win, they should not be defeated. Suddenly, Jingqi put his thumb and index finger together in his mouth and let out a long and sharp cry that pierced the eardrums. All of a sudden, the heavens and earth began to tremble. The clouds in the sky began to roll, and the space was torn apart, revealing a pitch-black passageway. A giant turtle head slowly emerged from the passage. Ah! Everyone cried out in surprise, and Yunxiao was even more dumbfounded. The motionless forest slowly drove out of the passage, like a huge cloud that covered the sky. Jingqi couldn't help but laugh wildly. Ha ha ha, this unmovable forest is also my corpse puppet. Not only that, but there are also more than 3,000 zombies in the unmovable forest. I'd like to see how you guys fight me. The people on Yunxiao's side were completely dumbfounded, and even Lingmudi's mouth was wide open, as if a basin of cold water had been poured on him. Lord Jingqi is really amazing. With the Lord here, we'll win without a doubt. Xiaohong clapped her hands and praised. The other members of the Heaven Alliance burst into laughter as well, all of them staring ferociously at the stunned expressions of Yunxiao and the others. Your Excellency? Yunxiao swallowed and said, Can we still win? What do you think? Lingmudi was speechless. Yunxiao smiled wryly and shook his head. Since that's the case, we'll just admit defeat. Lingmudi's eyes flashed with coldness. He said coldly, Even if I can't win, this lord will also destroy his old nest. Who asked him to be so arrogant? It's really uncomfortable to watch. Oh, Xiaohong laughed. You still want to fight, your courage is commendable. Big brother Yunxiao, I wonder how we'll decide the winner. Let's do it the same way as the rules of the natural moat ocean martial art, Yunxiao said. One side will die, the other will be killed, or you and I will admit defeat on behalf of the people in the field. All right, Xiaohong replied. She said to Jingqi, Good luck, Master Jingqi. I won't admit defeat on your behalf. Don't admit defeat either. As the leader of a sect, you can't admit defeat even if you die. Lose, Jingqi sneered. Do you think that's possible, Lord Sky Realm? Xiaohong squinted her eyes and laughed. It'll definitely be an exciting battle. Let's hurry up and start. I can't wait any longer. She and the people of the Sky Alliance retreated thousands of feet away to make room. Lingmudi sat sideways on the heaven-patrolling bulldog and turned into a ray of light, flying toward the forest of unmoving ashes. Since you've chosen to fight, how can I not fulfill your wish? Jingqi said coldly. All corpse fiend sect disciples, leave now, he shouted. Immediately, several thousand streaks of light flew up from the forest of unmoving homeworld and scattered in all directions. This was to prevent everyone from making a move and causing a violation. At the same time, a huge figure stood up from the forest of unmoving dreams, put his hands together in front of him, and slammed them down. Yunxiao was no stranger to the figure. It was the sea devil monkey, but there was an obvious suture mark in the center of its body, from its crotch to the top of its head. Yunxiao's mouth was wide open as he said in surprise, This can also be done. The heaven-patrolling bulldog's body instantly enlarged by 10 times. With a loud roar, it used the 2 horns on its forehead to push upwards. Boom! The sea devil monkey's palms slammed against the bull's head, but it was unable to withstand the force of the impact. Its huge body was sent flying backward. Since it was cut open by Yunxiao's sword, the sea devil monkey had lost more than half of its strength, and it was no longer as mighty as before. Boom! The sea devil monkey was lifted up by the heaven-patrolling bulldog and was thrown out of the forest of unmoving dreams, falling into the boundless sea. Whoosh! 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 A large number of figures flew up from the forest of motionless ashes. All of them were rolling with corpse chi. Among them, 18 corpse puppets had monstrous auras and surrounded a man and a bull. Jingqi also appeared in the sky above the big turtle. His face was full of mockery and killing intent. He waved his hand and said, Kill! The 18 corpse puppets' eyes immediately turned green, and white hair began to appear on their bodies as they charged forward. Lingmudi's face was still as calm as water. The result of this competition was almost certain, so he didn't feel any psychological pressure. He slowly pulled out a long silver whip from the void. It was 3 feet and 6 inches long and had a total of 21 segments wrapped around it. Countless silver runes surrounded it. Pa! The whip struck out, and a silver light flashed in the air like a dragon or a snake. Suddenly, whip marks appeared on the body of one of the corpse puppets. It screamed and retreated while holding its head. It wailed in the air as if it was in extreme pain. "What whip is this?" Xianxia asked in horror. "What have you done?" "Zombies are different from mechanical puppets," Lingmu said indifferently. "Puppets must be controlled by the caster's divine sense. So there's a limit to the number of puppets that can be controlled at one time. But corpse fiends are different. To refine this thing, one must stimulate the soul in the human body. As long as one of the 3 souls and 7 spirits remain, a corpse fiend can be refined. I just broke up the soul and spirit in the body." Xianxia gasped and said in surprise, "Scatter the soul? How is this possible?" He hurriedly ordered the corpse puppet to attack, but it didn't respond and continued to hold its head in pain. Pa! Pa! 2 more whips were sent out, and 2 more corpse puppets retreated a few hundred feet, holding their heads and wailing. "Kill him!" Xianxia was furious. "Don't get hit by that long whip." The remaining 15 corpse puppets instantly began to move at high speed, leaving only whirlwinds in the air, their figures almost invisible. "It's no use," Lingmu said. The silver whip was raised and struck down again with a pa sound. A corpse puppet was jolted out from its high-speed movement, holding its head and wailing. "Pa! Pa! Pa!" The reverse soul whip danced in the air, forming a dense light barrier. It struck out continuously, hitting a corpse puppet with every strike and sending it flying. Xianxia's expression finally changed. He made a hand seal, and a golden rune floated on his fingertips. Then, the divine fiend corpse puppet suddenly opened its eyes and let out a long roar. Roar! The divine fiend corpse puppet's voice was like a flood and a fierce beast, sweeping through the entire unmovable returning forest. It shook the big turtle so much that it trembled violently, and countless buildings were destroyed. All the corpse puppets knelt down in fear, their bodies trembling non-stop. The corpse puppets that had been struck by the reverse soul whip also calmed down. Their eyes revealed their fear of the divine fiend corpse puppet as they knelt on the ground. Lingmu's expression changed slightly. He pulled back his whip and cursed inwardly. Sure enough, the divine fiend corpse puppet was the head of the 10,000 corpses. Under its rage, all the corpse puppets trembled and worshipped. All the negative elements on their bodies disappeared in an instant, and the fiendish aura increased several times. Roar! Roar! The divine fiend corpse puppet's pressure dissipated, and thousands of corpse puppets roared towards the sky, charging forward with all their might. Their eyes were filled with madness and fear. Pa! The whip lashed out, and a silver mark fell on the corpse puppet at the very front. It was knocked back several dozen zhang, but it only stopped for a moment before it roared and brandished its fangs and claws. As expected, Lingmu sighed to himself. The souls of these corpse puppets have completely lost their spiritual consciousness under the pressure of the king of 10,000 corpses. They've become nothing but death soldiers. There's no fear, no pain, and they only know how to charge forward and kill. So what if you can see through it? Xianxia said coldly. He's still going to die. He made up his mind that even if his opponent admitted defeat, he would do his best to kill this person. Otherwise, the silver whip would have been too harmful to the zombie. Swish! The heaven-patrolling bulldog let out a loud cry and stomped its front hooves on the ground. It immediately radiated a boundless green net of light that stuck all the corpse puppets on top. The silver whip in Lingmu's hand danced in the air and turned into a long silver sword, which suddenly slashed out. Chi-la! The sword light wasn't strong, but it was abnormally sharp. As it swept across, it cut the 4 or 5 corpse puppets at the front into half at their waists. The rest of the corpse puppets struggled with all their might, but the green light net trembled a few times before turning into countless specks of light and dissipating. Swish! The heaven-patrolling bulldog raised its head and barked, as if it was helpless. Ling Mudi patted its forehead and said, "Kill, kill as many as you can." He flew up and directly charged into the corpse puppet. His long sword flew and slashed, and every slash brought with it countless limbs. The bull's eyes also turned a gem-like red, and it used its horn to push against the corpse puppet that was charging over. Bang! The corpse puppet's chest was immediately pierced through with 2 holes, but it did not fall or die. Instead, it waved its fists madly and hit the heaven-patrolling bull's body. Bang, bang, bang! A large area of light was produced. The corpse fiend sect disciples in the surrounding sky were all covered in cold sweat. They had never seen such a tragic scene before. The corpse puppet army was like ants, waiting to be slaughtered. This was especially so for the man with the silver sword. Almost every slash of his sword would cause a wound. Xiao Hong blinked her big eyes, looking like an innocent young girl. "Lord Jingqi, aren't you going to do it yourself? If this goes on, your minions will all be killed." "Don't worry," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I can always refine more corpse puppets. Moreover, these broken limbs can be stitched together. The sea monkey just now was one of them." "I see," Xiao Hong nodded, not fully understanding. Hearing their conversation, Jingqi was so angry that he couldn't sit still any longer. He rushed down. His face was gloomy. He instantly landed above the Lingmu flute, and his hands quickly formed a seal and slapped down. The divine fiend corpse puppet also appeared behind him and struck out with its palms. Lingmu Di turned his hand and thrust his sword forward. With a clang, a silver sword light swept out and condensed into a silver light shield. Bang! Bang! The attacks of the man and the corpse immediately hit the light shield, instantly shattering it. The strong wind from the palm fell and hit the Lingmu flute, sending it flying. A large number of corpse puppets soared into the sky and instantly engulfed the Lingmu flute. Swish! Not far away, the heaven-patrolling bull also seemed to have discovered that things were not good. It continuously shouted and appeared to be irritable and uneasy. It wanted to rush over, but it was tightly surrounded by a large number of corpse puppets and couldn't be blasted away no matter what. Yunxiao was shocked. Although the Lingmu flute had a body of divine steel, it was hard to guarantee that it would not be a problem under such a siege. Moreover, the battle was already a foregone conclusion when the motionless forest of returning appeared, so there was no point in fighting more. "There's no need to fight anymore, we admit defeat for this round," he said, suddenly making up his mind. Xiao Hong chuckled. "Admit defeat? That means we won, yay." She stretched out her hand and made a victory gesture. Yunxiao smiled wryly. Who would have thought that there was such a cold and hard heart under such a pure and lovely appearance? "We've already admitted defeat," he said. "Let Jingqi stop." Jingqi had also heard their conversation. He said coldly, "I've already stopped. Unfortunately, these corpse puppets were affected by the fiendish god corpse puppet and lost their spiritual consciousness. They only know how to kill. Even I can't control them now." Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they were filled with anger. Everyone knew that this was an excuse, but the other party knew that it was an excuse. So what if it was an excuse? So that's how it is. What should we do then? Xiao Hong tilted her head and seemed to be in deep thought. "Since Lord Jingqi has said so," Yunxiao said coldly, "I'll have to make them stop." The Tusada heavenly mountain flew out of his palm and continued to grow. In an instant, it turned into a mountain and moved above the forest of unmoving returns. Everyone felt as if a huge shadow had covered the sky, like the night. The mountain peak was even bigger than the sea turtle's unmoving forest. It hung above the sea turtle and slowly emitted 5-colored light. Jingqi's expression changed drastically, and he cried out in horror, "You? What do you want to do?" "Stop. I'm sorry," Yunxiao said with a sneer. "After this mountain turned into a giant peak, I couldn't control its size, so I had to let it fall." Jingqi's face turned green. He knew how powerful this mountain was. If it hit the immovable Guilin, his sect would be completely destroyed. He was covered in cold sweat and said in a trembling voice, "Beast, Beast, stop! Xiao Hong also appeared in front of Yunxiao in an instant. Her young face came close to him, and the tips of their noses almost touched. Hee. Big brother is so bad. Quickly put away this mountain peak. I'll ask Jing Qi to release that man. Xiao Hong's face was full of smiles, looking innocent and naive. Che Yu, Beifeng Nan and the rest were all shocked. They quickly surrounded Xiao Hong. She was so fast that no one noticed her. Cold sweat trickled down Yunxiao's sideburns. He knew that if he did not take back the mountain, Xiao Hong would definitely take his life. Previously, he had been lucky enough to be saved by the barrier formed by the 12 nomological laws. However, the power of the barrier had already loosened, and the seal had become fragile. The other party would definitely be on guard, and if he attacked again, it would be difficult for him to escape. Hee. Xiao Hong, don't be nervous. Big brother is just joking with him. Yunxiao smiled as well, then reached out and patted Xiao Hong's hair. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Their eyes were wide open, and their hands were covered in cold sweat. Not only Yunxiao's people, but even the members of the Heaven Alliance were dumbfounded, and time seemed to have stopped at that moment. All eyes were focused on the two of them. One was smiling innocently, while the other was smiling brightly. Yunxiao put his hand on the little red hair warmly. Big brother is so bad. So you were just joking. Then I can rest assured. Xiao Hong laughed, turned around, and flew back. Phew! Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, especially Che Yu and the rest. They found that their clothes were soaked in sweat. Yunxiao took his hand back and performed an incantation gesture in the air. The Tusada heavenly peak turned back to the size of a palm after a few spins and fell back into his hand. Only then did Jing Qi's heart finally return to his throat. The white hair on his body was sticky, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He felt extremely uncomfortable. He didn't dare to attack Shimudi anymore. He hurriedly gave a long whistle, and all the puppets immediately dispersed. Only then did Lingmu Di and the heaven-patrolling bullfighting bull break free. Their bodies were covered in circles of light spots of all kinds, looking extremely embarrassing. Lord Mudi, thank you for your hard work, Yunxiao said. I've lost so much face. Ling Mudi said with a bitter smile. This is going to be troublesome. If he lost, he would have to win the next 2 rounds. However, Xiao Hong's strength had already reached the peak, and there was no one on his side who could match her. We'll see step by step, Yunxiao said thoughtfully. No one can tell who will win or lose until the end. Xiao Hong chuckled. Big brother, you let us win. We won the first round. Who's going to fight for the second round? Who's going to fight the second round? Yunxiao asked. This time, it's your turn to send someone out first. However, if Big Brother is in a difficult position, it's fine if we come out first. Xiao Hong smiled. Lord Yin Hui, are you confident? She turned around and asked. I'll do my best, Yin Hui said. He walked forward, his expression extremely calm. There was no pressure at all in this battle. No matter who won or lost, the outcome would be his side's victory. This was because the strength of a heavens expert was unfathomable and had reached the peak. He couldn't help but think of the first time he saw Heaven's Master. The other party's entire body was shrouded in black gas, and his face couldn't be recognized. However, he could easily knock him back with one move. That kind of overwhelming power was still in his heart, and it was difficult to erase. Who is suitable for the second battle? Yunxiao asked. He's already a saint, Che Yu said. Although Bai Ming Nan cannot lose, it'll be hard for him to win. I guess I'll have to fight him. However, Wu Wu is only the last Wu Wu. He said, the worry in his heart. I'll be the last one, Yunxiao said. I'll be the one to fight. You? Everyone's expression changed drastically as they stared at him. Don't worry too much, Yunxiao said with a smile. If I really can't defeat him, I'll just admit defeat. But this match is extremely important. Old Dragon, you can't lose, or there won't be a third match. I'll take the third round, said Bai Ming Nan. With Renekton and the others helping me, the chances of winning are still very high. No. Yunxiao shook his head and said, although you have a fleshly body of the phenomenal success stage, it has long decayed. Moreover, the other party's Nihong body is not afraid of the 5 major poisons of extinction at all. You have no chance of winning. Che-yu said, in my opinion, we should let Bei Shen and Nan go up for this battle, and I'll be the third one. The final battle should naturally be fought by the main generals of both sides. Between you and me, it's clear who the main general is. He puffed out his chest, and an imposing aura spread out. You talk too much, Yunxiao said with a smile. Hurry up and get down. If we can't win this battle, we're finished. Xiao Hong was getting impatient. She smiled and said, after such a long discussion, is there no one left to fight? Stop wasting time, Yunxiao urged. Get off the stage. I'll rest for a while and prepare for the third round. After consuming some heaven and earth treasures, he sat cross-legged in the air and began to regulate his breathing. Xiao Hong's punch had completely shattered the bones in his right arm. Fortunately, the tyrant body tempering technique had a very strong recovery ability, and most of it had been restored. Yunxiao tried to adjust his condition to its peak before the third battle. Che-yu saw that his stubbornness could not change his mind, so he sighed and rushed forward. The injuries on his body were not serious. Most of his strength had been used to suppress the poison. Under the dragon's breath, most of the poison in the dove sand mysterious feather had been removed. You, In Hui frowned. Your mother, Che-yu cursed, thinking that the other party was scolding him. Coupled with the worry in his heart, an inexplicable anger erupted. The 2 swords slashed down from the sky like 2 azure dragons, roaring at each other. In Hui's expression changed drastically. The power of these 2 swords was far above his own. He didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly pulled out his sword. While he slashed out a wave of sword energy, he flew back. Boom! The sword aura was instantly shattered by the roar of the 2 dragons, and the green sword chi chased after him. You want to leave? Hand over your life. Che-yu's eyes were filled with killing intent as he turned into a dragon and chased after them. Boom! Boom! In an instant, he slashed a few more times. Each slash was extremely sharp and swept across the wilderness. In Hui had already expended a lot of energy in the battle with Beifeng, Nan, and the heaven-patrolling bull. He didn't have the strength to resist Che-yu at all and could only be chased and slashed, in great danger. Frowning deeply, Jingqi said in dissatisfaction, In Hui, this old fogey, is usually so cool. Why is he turning into shit when he's serious? If you didn't have the help of that fiendish god corpse puppet, you wouldn't be any better off than him, Xiao Hong replied. Humph! The fiendish god corpse puppet is an important part of my combat strength, Jingqi said, unconvinced. Little Red didn't say anything. After looking at it for a while, she said, This game is almost set, and there's no point in fighting. Lord In Hui, are you willing to admit defeat? In Hui had long been forced into unspeakable misery, but he didn't have the face to admit defeat, so he hurriedly said, Everything will be decided by your excellency. Since I'm the one making the decision, let's continue fighting, Xiao Hong said. Perhaps we'll have a chance to turn the tables. In Hui was being forced into a corner, and when he heard this, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He hurriedly said, I can't hold on any longer. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. The members of the Heaven Alliance were all embarrassed and looked at him with contempt. Admit defeat your sister. Go to hell, Che-yu raged. The sword became more and more violent like a storm. In Hui was injured in many places and couldn't take it anymore. He hurriedly turned into a beam of light and fled. Little Red couldn't stand it anymore and said, Big brother, tell your subordinates to stop. Yunxiao opened his eyes and said, Old dragon, come back. Che-yu chased after In Hui for a while. His anger dissipated by more than half. He also understood that it was impossible to kill In Hui. He could only return resentfully. Xiao Hong laughed. It's a tie. You still have to let me come out and fight. Why didn't you just listen to me from the start and decide the outcome in one battle? Why did you have to waste time and play the third round? I've killed so many corpse puppets and humiliated Lord In Hui, Yunxiao said with a smile. It's not like I didn't gain anything. Jingqi snorted heavily. Inhui's face was red, and he looked like a vulture. I wonder who will be my opponent in the last round? Big brother. Xiaohong laughed. Yes. Yunxiao nodded. That's good, Xiaohong said. I'll personally welcome Big Brother into the Sky Alliance. Yunxiao flew out first, followed by Calabash King Kong, Dark Thunder, and the Crocodile. It was a strange combination of a man, a puppet, a beast, and a spirit. What a powerful formation, Xiaohong said. I'm also looking forward to seeing how strong Big Brother is. She slowly flew up and stood 1,000 feet away from Yunxiao and the other three, looking at each other from a distance, her white dress fluttering in the air. If I win today's battle, Yunxiao said, I'll let go of all the past grudges and let bygones be bygones. I'm very sad, Xiaohong said. I'll try my best to win. I'll let Big Brother stay in the Heaven Alliance with me. What? Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he shouted, Do it! The four of them immediately turned into streams of light and rushed forward. Xiaohong continued to stand with her hands behind her back. Her body gently took a step back, and her jade-like white hands were as fast as lightning as they reached into a ray of light. You have a very familiar scent on you. What is it? Xiaohong's eyes revealed a contemplative look. The light was the Calabash Little King Kong. It suddenly stopped and stabilized its body with its feet in the void. It launched a King Kong fist in the air, and the fist wind flickered with white ice fiend heart flame. It's a rainbow stone. Xiaohong let out a sharp shriek, and his face was almost deformed, becoming distorted and ugly. He laughed wildly and said, Ha ha! It's actually another rainbow stone. Big brother, you're so good. Xiaohong's face was filled with excitement. She ignored the punch and directly reached into the ice fiend heart flame, grabbing the gourd Little King Kong's hand. Let me see where the rainbow stone is hidden. The gourd Little King Kong's beady eyes narrowed, and it immediately lowered its head to ram into the monster. It had never encountered a situation where it was caught by the other party after using the Vajra fist. Its intelligence was not enough, and in a hurry it directly used its head. Ha ha! Stupid things are really cute. Xiaohong reached out and slapped down. Bang! With a loud noise, the body of the gourd Little King Kong trembled. Rays of colorful light spread out from Xiaohong's palm and flowed through the gourd Little King Kong's body, as if it was electrocuted. I've found it! Xiaohong was overjoyed. On the left chest of the gourd Little King Kong, where the heart was, there was a spinning rainbow stone. Her breathing became rapid, and she reached out impatiently, trying to grab it. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. It was actually extremely flexible, and like a boneless snake, it wrapped around Xiaohong's arm, binding it. Then Yunxiao's figure appeared. He performed an incantation gesture with one hand, grabbed the heavenly hammer with the other, and smashed it at the top of Little Red's head. A huge golden Maha word appeared on the hammer and turned into the size of a millstone. Boom! The heavenly hammer fell, and golden light bloomed like fireworks. A purple dragon as thick as an arm condensed inside, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it descended from the sky. Zifu world-destroying sacred lightning. Xiaohong jumped in shock. With a shake of its body, the hand that was holding the gourd Little King Kong turned into a palm and pushed the gourd Little King Kong away. It was even pushed back 1,000 feet. The Zifu world-destroying sacred thunder was no joke. Even if she had a rainbow body, she didn't dare to be careless. When the purple lightning missed, Yunxiao changed his hand seal and gathered all the lightning in the sky. Xiaohong was forced to retreat. Just as it stood still, a huge black shadow appeared behind it. The crocodile stood up silently. Its body, which was made of black particles, was as red as fire while a strong wind swirled around it. Roar! The crocodile's eyes suddenly glowed with ferocity. It roared and clapped its hands together. The wind and fire suddenly swirled together and instantly expanded to several acres in size. Everyone within a radius of 100 miles felt an extremely strong pressure, as if all the water in their bodies was about to evaporate in this astral wind divine fire. Big crocodile ugly. Xiaohong let out an angry roar as her petite body leaped up. She turned around and threw a punch. Bang! The fist force was surrounded by the ice fiend heart flame, which directly penetrated the windmill and hit the crocodile's face, blowing his head off. Countless black particles scattered and rolled on the crocodile's belly. A head slowly grew out, revealing a fierce look and roaring in anger. Roar! As it roared, its body continued to expand. With a bang, it exploded into millions of black particles, which were caught in the divine fire squall and blasted toward Xiaohong. Ugly people do many strange things, Xiaohong scoffed, anger flashing in her eyes. However, the other party's momentum was huge and ferocious. Moreover, the divine fire and astral wind were also extraordinary. Although she was not afraid, she did not want to get entangled with such a stupid thing. With a light tap of his feet, his body instantly flew backward like a fallen leaf. However, the crocodile seemed to have gone completely mad. It was in hot pursuit, and the divine fire astral wind was like a long dragon, howling and rushing up. Idiot! Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish. Xiaohong was furious. It stopped in midair, stomped its feet, and threw a punch. His stance was exactly the same as the calabash little King Kong, and he also used the King Kong fist. Although this fist was simple, it was the master of all fist techniques, the starting move of all fist techniques. Xiaohuang Halian's pupils also contracted in shock. He had practiced fist techniques for decades, and his achievements in this move were probably unparalleled. However, Xiaohong's display of this move had the essence of the fist intent. Boom! The fist force was thrown out, and the ice fiend heart flame also exploded. The terrifying power turned into a vortex in front of him, directly tearing the void apart. What was even more shocking was that each of the calabash little King Kong's punches was a heart flame, but Xiaohong's punch actually produced 7 lotus flowers that spread all over the divine fire astral wind. In an instant, all of the power of wind and fire, as well as the countless black stones, were blown to pieces. Ah! Idiot! Yunxiao's heart trembled violently, and he could not help but cry out in alarm as his eyes turned bloodshot. Under such a terrifying force, even a crocodile with the 5 elements spiritualized would not be able to withstand it. Pai Li Pa La. Just as Yunxiao was worried about Xiaohong, a gust of strong wind blew through the terrifying power, and the crocodile's body condensed above Xiaohong. Then it raised its hand and made a grabbing motion. The wind gathered and turned into a red cloud. Then, it burned up and smashed down like a mountain. The power of the 7 heart flames was simply too great. They had completely obliterated the crocodile's body, and the divine fire and astral wind had also been blasted away, restoring the crocodile's true spirit of wind. Boom! The fire cloud exploded into a sea of fire, instantly engulfing Xiaohong. Next, the crocodile transformed into the essence of wind, which was then thrown into the flames. Instantly, vast red clouds filled the sky, and the entire heavenly sea was set ablaze. I just hit you back to your original form. This time, I'll annihilate you in the world. With a bang, a white light rose from the sea of fire and dispersed the divine fire astral wind that filled the sky. A huge ice fiend heart flame rose up in the sea. Xiaohong was wearing a white dress as she stepped on the flower bud of the heart flame. Circles of demonic patterns appeared on her body, and her eyes turned black. Die! Xiaohong raised his hand and clenched his fist. A terrifying power gathered in his palm, and he suddenly struck out. Boom! A huge amount of demonic chi exploded and corroded the divine fire astral wind in an instant. A ring of black light spread in the sea of fire. The red flames quickly receded, and the wind shadow of a crocodile seemed to condense on the flames. It wailed and ran away in anger. Suddenly, a silver light flashed in the sky and covered the black demonic aura. It fell from the sky. In an instant, countless sword projections appeared in the air and stabbed into the ground around Xiaohong. Above her was a sword diagram that was constantly changing. The sharp sword chi flew in the formation. Like a dragon or a phoenix, the sword intent was awe-inspiring. Xiaohong formed an incantation gesture with one hand, and demonic chi swirled around her body to resist all the sword chi. She sneered, "Big brother, this move is too weak." "Is that so?" An emotionless voice came as Xianxiao's figure appeared in the air and slowly landed on a northern heaven-cold star sword. "Then I'll let you see if Big Brother's understanding of the way of the sword in his past and present life is worthy of your attention." Xianxiao performed an incantation gesture with both hands, and a huge sword rune was sent into the array. Suddenly, the formation changed unpredictably, and a terrifying sword intent spread out. Xianxiao's face was cold, his hair fluttering in the wind, and his eyes as clear as water. He put one hand together in an incantation gesture and shouted, 10,000 swords return to one." In an instant, a golden light appeared in the sword diagram and turned into countless golden sword talismans dancing in the air. The sword will spread out and covered the clouds. All the swords in the world sensed it and trembled. Countless sword shadows flew around the formation map, and even the heart-refined swords of the Sky Alliance members lost control in an instant and were sucked up by the sword map. "What? My sword?" The screams continued. Baiming Nan's Thousand Autumns Imperial Sword also trembled violently, as if it was resisting the sword intent that could pierce through the heavens and earth. Chun Chenyu's sword was not careful and instantly sucked over. "Go," said Baiming Nan as he stroked the blade of his sword. Chiaki's flying sword instantly let out a ringing sound as it flipped in the air and flew into the sword diagram. Mo Xiaochuan also formed hand seals with one hand, and the sky-destroying devil-rinsing sword instantly flew up. The sky-devouring spirit bared its fangs and brandished its claws before also merging into the sword diagram. The terrifying million-sword illustration absorbed the sword will of heaven and earth and slowly rose up, displaying all the phenomena in the world. Yunxiao's hands were locked in an incantation gesture. His clothes fluttered in the sea of swords, and his whole body was in sync with the frequency of heaven and earth. Everyone suddenly had the illusion that in an instant, he was transformed by the rules, so pure that there was no trace of impurity. His comprehension of the way of the sword was deeper than in his previous life, and he was now at the peak of martial arts. All the ninth-rank rules were in his grasp, and his clear and exquisite heart was extremely pure, like the surface of a lake in autumn, without a single ripple. His entire person had become the embodiment of the sword, continuously merging into the great Tao. Xiao Hong's expression finally changed as she activated the million-sword illustration. Countless sword radiances transformed into a huge sword aura. Golden sword talismans churned around it as if all the power of heaven and earth had been gathered here. At this moment, in the entire North Sea, all the races, human warriors, and all swordsmen felt an inexplicable shiver. They felt that the swords in their storage profound-level weapons were shaking as if they were going to break through the sky. The position of Xiao Hong's feet slowly changed, and the ice-fiend heart flame beneath his feet continued to bloom, growing to several times its previous size. His hands also quickly formed strange seals in front of him, and the black seal circle flashed and disappeared. Her delicate skin was covered with black demonic patterns, and Diye's shadow seemed to be making hand seals in the circles of demonic chi behind her. Boundless heaven and earth, boundless nature, true fiend magic seal. A huge demonic seal rose into the air. Yunxiao had seen it before, but it was completely different. This time, the seal turned into countless lotus flowers, each of which competed for beauty. Xiao Hong and Diyi struck out at the same time. The entire sky trembled violently under this move and kept shattering. The sword essence formed by the million-sword illustration was like a divine needle that could calm the ocean. The endless sky turned into the back of the sword and slashed down. At this moment, everyone watching seemed to have forgotten about the struggle between good and evil, as well as the struggle for fame and fortune. They were all immersed in the boundless swordsmanship, feeling the vast power that stirred their hearts. The sword essence finally fell and slashed on the devil seal. The terrifying light instantly scattered in all directions. The white-hot sword light and the pitch-black devil essence mixed together and scattered in all directions, destroying everything in the world. Boom, boom, boom. A few moments after the light and shadow intertwined, the world rumbled. The sea and sky completely collapsed, and time fell into endless darkness. It was as if chaos had descended, as if the world had not been split open. Time and space stopped at this moment. Everyone felt like they were bound by a force, and even moving was difficult. It was only after a while that they could move freely. The terrifying shockwaves engulfed everyone. Everyone's chi and blood churned, and they couldn't help but feel blood rush up their throats.